We are going to get started. Okay. Good evening and welcome to the City of Leon Valley Crime Control and Prevention Board of Trustees meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 5th, 2023, and it's approximately 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. All city council members are present. We have Council Member Stevens who's on his way. Agenda item number 2. Citizens to be heard. We don't have any citizens in the chambers at this time, so we will move to the consent agenda. Agenda item 3, considering the minutes from 8/16/22. Are there any additions or corrections to those meetings? If not, may I have a motion and a second to
I'm making a motion we accept them as presented.
Okay. All right, we have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to approve the 8/16/22 Crime Control and Prevention Board of Directors meeting minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. And at this time, we move to adjourn. Is that correct, Dr. Caldera? This
No.
it says it on my thing, so I was kind of confused.
For?
Yes, adjournment, but adjournment at the end. So we are going to X that out and go to conducting it's 4.1, conducting a public hearing for the City of Leon Valley Crime Control and Prevention District fiscal year 23-24 budget. We have our Chief of Police, David Gonzalez, here to present. Good evening.
You're doing the public hearing on it first, so you open the public hearing, and then next is the presentation.
Oh.
Okay, let me do that. I'll open the public hearing at 6:02. See if there's any comments. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing at 6:02 and move then to agenda item 4.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on a resolution approving and adopting the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Leon Valley Crime Control and Prevention District. And we do have our Chief of Police, David Gonzalez, here to present. Good evening and welcome.
Mayor and Council,
Good evening.
here is the presentation. Been in place since the legislature said it was okay back in 1989. In 2013, citizens said, hey, we want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
And in May of this year, they voted to continue the crime control district. So this is what the crime control district does for us. It pays 50% assistant chief salary, pays for one patrol officer, and pays for an investigation sergeant. Operating revenues are 408.8, and expenditures are 352,711. So here are the numbers. I'm sure all of y'all have seen these once or twice. And that's it.
Okay. So, Chief, I just noted that there is an ending fund balance at the end of this fiscal year of $559,000. I don't have my glasses on. Anyway, over $500,000. So that's going to be used for equipment and whatever else
And
you
police,
need for the next
yes.
fiscal year.
It's all police-related.
All police-related.
expenditures.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Yes, sir. Councilor Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question is, I think, similar to what the mayor is saying. If you go back a slide, Chief, to the, okay, so the operating expenses is 352 and revenues is 408, so we have 60,000 roughly that carries over into the general fund. Is that correct?
No, not into the general fund.
I'm sorry, into
crime
this, the
control.
crime control and prevention.
Right.
And then, and it's similar to like the red light camera, you can only
Use
Right.
use it for
Restricted.
certain
it. Law enforcement.
law enforcement things. Okay, that's what I just wanted to clarify.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Part of the money for this special tax can go to education, and I would like to see some type of outreach to citizens, flyer or something having to do with safety or how to protect their houses, or with the increased crime all over the country, not just Leon Valley, but all over the country, what people can do to try to safeguard themselves and their houses.
And that is why we put our articles in the Lions Roar, and we have phone numbers for citizens to call us. We can do presentations. We can help them with crime prevention measures at their homes, crime prevention measures at their businesses. Sergeant Uriales back there has done an active shooter exercise for one of the major businesses here in Leon Valley. So these are the things that we do.
Okay.
Now, I would be interested in, if there's another one, I'd be interested in attending that.
So I guess what I hear you saying is that you're already addressing the education
Yes,
through
ma'am.
other means. Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question? Any other questions? All right. We do need a motion and a second to approve this.
So move.
Okay. All right, we have a motion by Counselor Roscoe and a second by Counselor Campos to approve the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Leon Valley Crime Control and Prevention District. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Chief. And if we will go ahead and adjourn at 6 minutes after 6, and we'll stand in recess until the 6:30 meeting. Thank you. Until the 6:30 meeting. Thank you all very much.
There is some pizza back there if you want to get some pizza.
Sure. Right. Sure. Still working on that.
very interesting. So that means these comments about having 1 month. That's the reason why I have it. That's the, yeah. So it's like, yeah, that's you got like over 6 months of operating expenses.
Oh, we just so you get names right.
I'm sending something to you, but I sent it to Miranda, and she probably like,
Angela did the same thing. She was like, but like on my phone, I have both.
so I'm not the only one. So just know when I'm looking at you, I'm looking at
Hang on just a second. Let me call the meeting to order because we do have another meeting. Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 5th, 2023, and it's approximately 6:30 p.m. And as you can see, we do have a quorum. All city council members are present. And I've asked Councilor Martinez to please lead us in the pledge. If you'd please stand. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item number 2 is citizens to be heard. Are there any citizens that would like to address the council? Please come forward. Usually it's on items that are not on the agenda, but if you're not going to be here at that particular item, of course you can talk on it, and you have up to 3 minutes. And then additionally, if you are here for any of the agenda items and you'd like to speak on them, just raise your hand. I'm not going to actually stop the proceedings to ask if you'd like to speak. Just raise your hand and then you'll be recognized, okay, on the agenda item. Mr. Bull, if you'd like to come forward and begin the citizens to be heard. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Evan Bull, Leon Valley. It's been quite the while. So I've been watching the meetings over the past couple months, and something struck me between the difference between fiscal conservatism and fiscal responsibility. I think there's been a confusion there, where fiscal conservatism is a political philosophy with a belief that taxes hinder economic growth, and that governments should be small and limited in their intervention in the markets. That does not mean to tax less and sacrifice services to community, for that is not part of the free market system. Fiscal responsibility is ensuring that fiscal policy is sound and is not unnecessarily burdensome to the taxpayer, ensuring that every dollar that we as a community put into it gets the absolute most value out of those dollars. You know, it's said many times, and you know, almost hear it in my sleep now. The council Bradshaw mentions that only the taxpayer knows how to spend their dollars more, better. And where that might be the case, the process of taxation for the city is our taxpayer process in ensuring our dollars go to the community as a whole. We cannot simply go and put $10 to the water and sewer fund. We can't put $5 towards fixing the tire for a police vehicle. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. And so the process to pay for all of these services that the city must provide to us is through taxes. It is misleading to think that that is a reigning theory when it comes to public sector versus private sector. And that theory seems to be one of the many missteps this council has taken in immensely irresponsible ways. The many promises that were made to this city that have not been fulfilled, intentionally or unintentionally. Where is our comprehensive master plan that plans for the future of this community? Where is the projects like a public works department that is functional for its staff members? All of these promises, all of these ideas that would have enhanced our community, gone, pushed the wayside, all in the hopes of being fiscally conservative and saving the taxpayer dollars. If I could go put, 200 of my taxpayer dollars to the new building for the public works department, I would. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. Taxpayer dollars must go to pay for that through the idea of taxation. And we, the taxpayer dollars, have said over the years, we are willing to pay for it if you are willing to sign the check, and you have not.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
That needs
Bowe.
to change.
Do
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right, anybody else that'd like to address the council, please come forward. Yes, sir, in the back. If you'll please state your name and where you reside. Thank you. Good evening and welcome.
Hey, everyone. My name is Johnny Morales. I live in 5816 Grass Hill Drive.
Johnny Morales?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
So I'm a resident for a few years. My wife and my in-laws lived here for a long time already. Since I've been here, there's been different kinds of crime rate and everything. So I'm here as a representative of my company. I do own my own security company to try to help out as best I can to offer my services as private security for y'all. Pretty much like a HOA type thing. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
No problem.
So I've been in the security service for 19 years. I've done HOAs, apartments. Right now we're working in San Fernando. We also do provide security for the 9/11 events. So my goal here is to help out Leon Valley. Like I said, I'm a resident here, and just a few weeks ago, my sister-in-law's car was stolen from in front of our house. It's getting to a point where some of the residents are scared to walk. They have to go to the cars in the mornings to go to work. My own mother-in-law has to be escorted to her car because she's afraid. So basically, my goals here is just to provide security for everybody. Okay, my mission statement is, to introduce myself, a little bit of my company. Basically, I'm here to give everybody, the residents, everybody here, a peace of mind of security. We do have patrol cars. We're able to patrol at night, help out with police services, non-emergencies, anything that needs to be done. We will work hand in hand with Leon Valley's finest, if willing, if they accept us. So we'll be doing daily activity reports. So at the end of the night, we'll have full shifts of every little thing that we're encountered. Where I live at, there's construction in the back. I see a lot of people go in and out all night. PD can only do so much, so that's where I would step in with my patrol vehicle, go back there, make my rounds. The only difference with us versus neighborhood watch would be we'll be able to detain somebody and actually have PD come out and arrest them if needed, versus call it in and hopefully PD gets them. Since I've been here, there's been a lot going on, and I just want to be able to help make a change. So I'm here for the crime prevention, so we'll see what happens.
Okay.
But thank you for your
Very
time.
good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your comments this evening. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Please come forward and state your name and where you reside.
Mayor, I actually have comments regarding the Airbnb first read, so if I need to hold those, I can do that.
If you don't mind, we will, how many other people are here for the short-term rental issue this evening? We might need to move that up, council, at your, if you don't mind. We weren't sure when Dr. Caldera and I were doing the agenda. We didn't know if we should move it up, but we could certainly do that. All right. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else, then we will move to presentations. Is Miss Sadie Weatherington Parker here? There you go, thank you. If you'll come forward, we do have a proclamation declaring this week as payroll week. And Sarah Weatherington Parker will be accepting the proclamation for the Alamo chapter. And I've got my copy, but let me. She wants to go get it. Okay. It's pronounced Sade. S-A-D-E is Sade instead of Sadie. S-A-D-E. Okay, I learn something new every day. Thank you. Sade. Okay, very good. Oh, thank you. I just had my. Okay, so let me read this and present it to you, and then you can tell us a little bit about yourself and where you. Okay. Let me get you over here on my side. There you go. Should be great. I think I can read this without my glasses. Let's see. Just to be sure. Okay. This is a proclamation declaring National Payroll Week, whereas the American Payroll Association and its more than 20,000 members have launched a nationwide public awareness campaign that pays tribute to the nearly 150 million people who work in the United States and the payroll professionals who support the American system by paying wages, reporting worker earnings, and withholding federal employment taxes. And whereas payroll professionals in the city of Leon Valley, Texas, play a key role in maintaining the economic health of Leon Valley, carrying out such diverse tasks as paying into the unemployment insurance system, providing information for child support enforcement, and carrying out tax withholding, reporting, and depositing. And whereas payroll departments collectively spend more than $2.4 trillion annually complying with the myriad of federal and state wage and tax laws, and whereas payroll professionals play an increasingly important role ensuring the economic security of American families by helping to identify non-custodial parents and making sure they comply with their child support mandates. And whereas payroll professionals have become increasingly proactive in educating both the business community and the public at large about the payroll tax withholding systems. And whereas payroll professionals meet regularly with federal and state tax officials to discuss both improving compliance with government procedures and how compliance can be achieved at a less cost to both government and businesses. And whereas the week in which Labor Day falls has been proclaimed National Payroll Week, I and the Leon Valley City Council hereby give additional support to the efforts of the people who work in Leon Valley, Texas, and of the payroll profession by proclaiming the first full week of September Payroll Week for this Leon Valley, Texas. Signed by my hand the 5th day of September 2023, Mayor Chris Riley. Let's congratulate Ms. Parker for representing the Alamo chapter who's receiving this proclamation this evening. Here you go.
We appreciate your support very much. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Oh, you bet.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Appreciate you coming. All righty. Take care. Here we go. Who do I? There we go. Great. right, we have two more presentations before announcements. Presentation number 3.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on 4th of July recap. And we have Crystal Miranda, our Community Relations Director, here this evening to present. Crystal? There she is. Thank you and welcome. We're glad you're here.
Good evening, Council Mayor. Thank you.
Good evening.
Let's see here. So we'll provide to you and Council a recap of the 4th of July. Overview of it, it was held on Tuesday, the July 4th. There was a 5K run by the Leon Valley Historical Society in the morning. We had vendors, food trucks, a small business fun zone that was new this year, a parade, of course, our entertainment and fireworks. So first off, before I start, I wanted to just give recognition to another team individual. He really did a lot for me and really helped put this event together. I want to acknowledge him for all his efforts and hard work. Roque Salinas, really working with him, bringing him on to the city has been really great. And of course, everyone else, the admin staff, they were there all day. Sandra, Angela, Crystal, you know, I really admire our boss because she's out there all day. So I want to give a thank you to all the city staff for putting all the time. That, of course, isn't in the numbers per se, but it is a lot of effort behind the scenes to make this a success. So the revenue that you'll see here, what I failed to do is separate the EDC portion. So in that sponsorship, that $54,000, $30,000 of it is actually city EDC funds. And so the rest was sponsorships. Then you have your vendor fees, your small business support, a total of 31. Again, half of that is your EDC funds. Your in-kind support, so they weren't monetary, but they were very important. We had a cooling tent from Bexar County, the recycling and trash bins from Tiger Sanitation, Smash Dance. They had the national anthem performer and the dance routine before Spasmatics. HEB gave us an in-store credit of $1,000. Image 360 provided the banner for us. Sunset Funeral provided the 2 tents, and Randolph Brooks provided water for our volunteers. Expenses, you can see here, broke it down to operations, advertising, entertainment, miscellaneous, and staff overtime. All of it together, again, separating it a little bit, your city budget. What should be also in that city budget box is the EDC funds of $30,000. That, unfortunately, is in monetary sponsorship. That's my mistake. So that should actually be over here. But you can see here, that's the total breakdown.
Excuse me, it's not part of the 80,000 though. It's separate from the 80,000. That's the city's portion.
The city's portion, correct, Crystal, was 80. That's what was in our.
So that was in your special events fund was 80,000, and then you had 18,000 as a separate line item for overtime. So your total contribution that you actually budgeted for this event was 98,000. Then they went to the economic development.
And that's on the other side. Okay, very good. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Stevens.
I just had a question about, does this include the run in the morning also? Is that included in these numbers, or is that separate?
No, sir. It's not included. The run, if I'm not mistaken, is not included in here. What tends to bleed together is that the barricades we purchase, we use for the whole day. And so they are used in the morning for the 5K because we have them. We've purchased them mainly for our event, but they are being borrowed or used. The new MOU states that we will supply some officers, not all officers, for the 5K. So that's a cost that we don't account for because it's in an agreement, right? So they bleed together, so to speak.
Okay.
To answer your question, some of the overtime costs for police officers did come with the run. We have some of the officers there.
Sure.
And even probably, we didn't staff it with paramedics on site. Our fire our assistant fire chief went by there, but we didn't keep a truck there and we didn't staff it with paramedics or firefighters. If they needed it, then we would call if they needed some assistance. But the people that were there from the staff were your police officers. There is some overtime associated with that.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Right, some entertainment. Wanted a breakdown of the actual costs so that actual, where was it, 52,000, or, you know, for operations, entertainment cost was 30,000. So here's your breakdown for that. Smash Dance, that was all in kind. They actually even gave a small business sponsorship. But the Spasmatics cost you 10.5, fireworks 15.9. The inflatables for the small business fun zone was 32. The giant games, which was like the checkers and things like that, Academy. So that's your breakdown. Operations, messaging boards, barricades, restrooms, light towers, sync stations. I bought more or rented more light towers this year because it was argued that it was so dark before. I think I know the problem to that, and it's like communication of when to turn on the lights, because we got more lights and it was still was dark. The stage, security, portacles, electrician, 52,000. Remember, the electrician is there the entire time, so that's why that's a large cost. Concerns, recommendations, constant need for more security, right? Constant need, because events keep growing. We need to have more staff members. We need to have more volunteers. Barricades were moved or ignored. People went around them. Information station is more visible for the parade. We're working logistically as a team to make that a better experience. Inflatables, although it was new and it was fun, we had some emergencies, right? And so we may not do that again. Fencing off the fireworks zone is a need. And sticking to deadlines, obviously. I tend to be too flexible with that. Letting everyone come in at a late time. Allowing vendors to come in, allowing parade entries to enter. So that's on me. Economic impact. So got this from Placer AI. I got worked with Roque to get some data about this event, and so there's an AI software company that provided some details for our 4th of July. So this is where you can see whom we reached out to. This is where people came from for our event. Mostly 78240, 78238, right? So that is Heart of Leon Valley. Here you can see all the populated cells from where people came from, just in a different way. Our peak time, this is a data for 9 o'clock was our peak time. This is when we had the most attendance. Here is where our coverage distance, people came probably from 1 mile or 2 miles away to come to our event. 3 to 5 miles, 1 to 2 miles away. Questions?
Yeah, okay.
It's a video,
Thank
but
you.
you can't play it.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Crystal. Yeah, I'm behind that picture, by the way.
Sorry.
I was there, but that's okay. I said, where am I? You know, I thought I was there too. No, but anyway, that's okay. No problem. So I was talking to Dr. Caldera, and I mean, I think y'all did an excellent job, and especially on the sponsorships, you could really see the increase. I didn't realize that the 30,000 was included in the 61,520, but still, that's significant, plus the city budget. So if you add those two together, it's 159,520, and our expenses is 132,062.90. So we're in the black, 27,000. So does that mean we didn't have to spend as much money, the city?
Well, I wouldn't say we're in the black. That is total city budget, right? That is.
But in other words, we're not, you know, having to go into the reserve fund to cover this event is what the point I'm trying to make, is it was looked like it was sustaining, but.
It's sustained by what you budget. So next year you budgeted 130,000 for this event because that's what this event costs you this year. So last year you budgeted 98,000 to have the same type of event. we need a budget 132. Now, we hope to offset that by
Right,
sponsorships.
right.
Those are not guaranteed. We used to get some major sponsorships years ago, and as time went on, those sponsorships go away. They did a really good job this year. I think this is the most sponsorships we've had in the
I think
last
so.
5 or
Right.
6 years that I can remember. And so you are not self-sustaining. You're not making. You're just going to continue to have to budget more money
Right.
for this event.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I understand it was a big chunk if it was the city's money, but, still, I think it was offsetted by the sponsorship, as you had said, so. But anyway,
We
job well
couldn't
done,
put this
so
event
thank
on
you.
with $31,000 in sponsorship.
31,000, yeah. Okay, very good. Yes, Councilor Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. Great job, all of you.
Yeah.
I still, hear from it. How much do we charge for the vendor's fee?
So $75 if they need electricity and $55 if they
Now-
don't.
What was your calculated amount of people that showed up? What was that again?
20,000.
Approximately 21,000. That AI machine said about 18,000 firm.
So if we raised the vendor's fee, it was pretty financially advantageous to, I don't think that I went around and did not see a line at each booth and I don't know if we can raise that or not, or it'd be even worth it.
There was a line to
But
the
I
ice
know
cream.
that it's going to be a hot commodity where people are already talking about wanting to come back next year.
Sure.
And
We have talked about it as a team to raise the vendor fees for next year, just to offset some costs.
350, still. Also, the tents that we got from the funeral home and the cooling station, were they free?
Yes.
So is there a letter that we send on behalf of the city manager or the mayor thanking them for it?
Well, I send them a thank you, whether it be a personalized letter, not so much, but, I stay in contact with all these in-kind donations.
Okay, I think it'd be nice for them to receive that. I know that they, but again, that was my question. Again, thank you guys. You did a great job, all of you.
Yeah, I agree. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Just to go with what Councilor Roscoe said, thank you letters should come from council too. Where they are helping us. So I think as a body, we need to send them a thank you letter.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So I know that in the past, the funeral home, they have received letters that's, I don't know if it's signed by the council or city manager, because they had it in their book when I went to Miss Baldridge's viewing, it was up there. I kind of thumbed through it a little bit and saw some Leon Valley letterhead, so that's nice. But another excellent event. Crystal, great job. I know there was a few lost kids and things like that.
That was fun.
This is kind of crazy, but maybe next time we just put a corral in.
Put them in there. There you go. All right. Yes, Councilor Campos. Mr. Campos.
Crystal, I want to thank you again, as well as all the exempt staff, the city manager, Sandra, Aunt Roque. Y'all were there the whole time. You didn't get paid any overtime, so we want to thank you for making this a success. You stayed to the very end, corralling people to get out of the park. So again, thank you all very much.
Yes, Councilor Stevens.
I feel obligated
Yeah,
to speak.
exactly.
No, I would just echo the sentiments of everyone else that I thought it was great. I thought everything went as smooth as it possibly can go when you in an event where you have 20,000 people show up. The only suggestion that I would have, and this is as a sponsor, as a vendor, I would say if you, and I know multiple businesses were struggling with this, but if we can provide like a prepayment ice station that the city gets like an ice trailer, and then we can vendors can pre-purchase ice through the city. It should be a washed cost, but where you just pass it along. But I know it's like logistically challenging when it's 100 degrees outside to deal with, hundreds of pounds of ice.
Yeah, we even had troubles when with the vendor who did bring an ice box because it kept tripping that large pavilion breaker with a vendor to the side of it. So we can look at it logistically and see if we can add that to the vendor cost, right?
Yeah, I know. I used to help an organization that did King William, and they would have, like, all the organizations could pre-purchase their ice, and so you'd have an allotment, right? And they would have trucks that, like a semi type of, maybe smaller than a semi, but a truck that had its own
Okay.
freezer on board. So
Gotcha.
that's the only
Cool.
thing. But other than that, I thought everything was really smooth, and I was surprised at how fast people exited. Like, it seemed like it was pretty quickly, but I liked the way that the timing was at the end of the night, where it was fireworks and then a little bit more music. I thought that was good for people to exit more slowly than all at once.
Well, I know you keep saying you need more volunteers and more security, right? Aren't those the two
That's
things
always a
that
concern.
Yeah.
If it keeps getting larger and larger, one, our layout, our space is getting smaller with a large crowd, so to speak. But if council wishes to have a different band, I think the following of the next band may not be as large as the band that we've had. So it just depends,
Okay.
right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if we need volunteers, we need to start early like in January, trying to get people to volunteer. So I don't know how we would do that, but, maybe we could talk about it at the town hall and see if we can get some people to register just to help with wherever they can
So
do.
our issue with volunteers, and it's always been this way, people will sign up, but then not show up.
On the
So
day
they
of.
sign up in
They have to
January,
sign
but-
their name in blood. Yeah.
And so then they don't show. We have that problem with Earthwise. I mean, you
Yeah.
have that problem with almost all of your city events. So I've got to staff it with the staff I can require to be there. And so we are changing, and that's, that was part of the budget conversation. It's going to be a requirement for all of the staff to have that day as a working day. They won't have that day off. And so they will get leave added to a holiday leave bank that they can use later on.
So they'll get their time off, but at a later date. Okay, very good. Yes, Counselor Stevens.
The gentleman isn't still here, but kind of a interest, like, why don't we hire like a third-party security?
We pay $7,000 this past year.
Okay,
for-
so could we up that and then
Can.
like
We can.
lower,
We did-
because the overtime is like costly. I mean, so is a security company, but
No, so we take a look at the cost benefit. We had it about 7,000, I think, this year.
Right. I'm trying to pull it up.
Well, it was
again.
41,000 that was overtime, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So our added security was 76.95.
Oh, 76, there you go.
We did add some.
The last year we had 5,900, so this was up from last year
Okay.
from additional security.
We do add additional security for that day because we need them for each of the intersections, and you need them for split parts of the day. I mean, you do have slow parts of the day, but the entry and exit become complicated with traffic. So.
Sure. Okay, very good. Well, great. Well,
I
thank
just
you.
have one more question. I'm
Yes,
sorry,
you
Mayor.
sure can. Mr.
On the-
Orozco, go ahead.
On the electrician, I know this gentleman, he's very professional, and my thought is, where does he plug his, where does all this electricity go, or come from, and who pays for it for all the vendors that are in there?
So he does spider out from the transformer behind the bleachers of POS area, and then for the rest is generators. So we did have more generators this year because of the inflatables. The amusement inflatable company, their generator went out, and so we had to get another generator for them, and things like that. And the stage needed more generators, so.
So we're not plugging to the house in the back?
No.
And y'all did do, that transformer was put in specifically for the 4th of July. Y'all paid a
Yeah,
lot to
that's
put
been a
that,
while.
add that electricity in there. But at some point, we probably need to take a look at some additional poles or some additional.
And we didn't have any problems with the band this year. Last year we had problems with the band, with the power going out, but this year we
Probably added
didn't,
more
so that was good.
Yeah, that's why I had more
Yeah.
generators, more costs.
Yeah.
Right, but yeah.
So, anyway, but wonderful event, and thank you so much for everyone's efforts. We do appreciate it. All righty, thank you. Moving then, presentation number 3.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action on renaming the Leon Valley Community Center to Irene Baldridge Community Center. And I had asked, this actually was we have several items this evening that are coming from our retreat agenda that we weren't able to get to, so we decided rather than meeting again, we would just incorporate it into our regular agenda. And did you want me to start? Because I saw that.
Crystal put together.
She did.
Yeah, so this was a mayor generated item, and at the council retreat, we kind of went over the lasting of the we were going to add the consensus from the council, we were going to add 2 or 3 items on
Right.
to the agenda, and I asked, well, how about this one? Like, it seemed like an easy one, and there was two of y'all that were like, yeah, just add it on the agenda. So I added it, and I directed Crystal to put together a very brief PowerPoint presentation, but technically it was the mayor's item, so she probably should have done the PowerPoint. So
Oh, well.
again, I want to.
Which I didn't do.
Well, I'm trying really hard to keep the very clear lines when it's a council-generated item that y'all are responsible for your own items, because that's what y'all decided to do. And so, again, this was kind of one that was like, I felt like we were kind of directed to do it at the meeting, but there wasn't a clear vote on it. And so I just want to make that clear.
Well, this won't take very long, but I mean, everyone knows our beloved Irene Baldridge, and she actually is the longest-serving elected official in Leon Valley, 22 years. She was a city councilwoman from 1978 to 1984, place 3, and then she was mayor from 1984 to 1994, and then in 2007 she came back to 2013, serving another 6 years as city council person, place 3. But the reason the community center is just so important is because she, as mayor, sought out a CDBG grant, as we all know, Community Development Block Grant from the federal government, and she was able to secure this chunk of money. I don't remember how much it was, but with that money plus the Public Works, and I think, Melinda, you were here, the Public Works did a lot of that building. They contracted out the foundation and some of the other things, but they were able to put together a very simplistic community center for the seniors. And so the seniors let us know that every year, because we have a contract with them, so it was for the seniors. Her second major accomplishment is we used to be in the little, mobile home on the corner of Poss and Evers as the library, and she took it upon herself to do a capital campaign. If you go into the library, there's a whole wall of all of the people who donated, and she spearheaded that and was able to raise enough money for us to build this library, which is, as you know, one of 3 in Bexar County. So, and then she also presided over the greening of Leon Valley. She established the first recycling curb. Under her leadership, the city of Leon Valley was the first city in South Texas and Bexar County to begin curbside recycling. That was a really big deal back in 1989. And from there, Earthwise Living was born. And so we just celebrated our 33rd annual event, just trying to keep that educational effort going. And then in 1990, that was in 1990, and then in 1992 we have a community garden and composting center. All of y'all know that at the park. It's still going. And then in 1994 the used oil and recycling program, and that's still going on at the Public Works. So those are just. But she was a countywide leader, and I just feel like I'd like your consideration of honoring her memory and her achievement as our one of the best mayors in Leon Valley. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm totally for it. I just have 2 things that I saw how you were wanting to change the names on it, and I don't think that we should not use the monies that we have in order to make it look good. I don't want it to just put tape over the Civic Center and name it the Irene Baldridge Community Center. I want something decent, something that's going to be proud of. And the other thing is, I think it's way overdue. I don't know why we waited this long, and we should honor people when they're here to be honored. Irene was instrumental in the growth of Leon Valley. Everything that we read, she lived for Leon Valley. I think it'd be a great honor for us to do this. I just don't want us to do a half job in naming and putting her name up there. I want something decent, something that looks professional, something that looks honoring.
Okay, thank you.
It'll just be a plaque. It'll be an inserted plaque on the building, just like we do for everything. I'm trying to be consistent.
Well, the library was the Joyce Trent Library, and that's what Crystal was saying. It was just a plaque, and then there was a room dedicated to Peggy Bissett. So you wanted to follow that same.
Trying to follow.
Okay. So, yes, Counselor Martinez, thank you.
Well, another thing that you didn't mention is that with the grant that we got to build that center, the seniors had exclusive use of it for 20, 25 years, and then it'd be diverted back to the city. But yes, with that, I'd like to make a motion. We name the community center after Irene Baldridge.
Okay.
Second comment.
All right, yes, and we'll have some more comments. We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Orozco to pass this resolution renaming the Leon Valley Community Center to the Irene Baldridge Community Center. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Compost and then Mr. Stevens.
Mayor, I've gotten feedback from the community about, naming things after elected officials. Got to ask you your opinion. You've served as the longest serving mayor, I believe, coming up to 20 years. Would you have been doing it for a building to be named after you?
Heck no.
And
Are
I
you
think
kidding
that's
me?
where she was. And so I had one.
No, I love Irene. Irene and I were
one of
very,
my
very
voters,
close.
one of my constituents says he wouldn't do it. But I've heard from the rest from the community that would. So, based upon what I heard, you have my support.
Yeah, Irene was a special lady, as all of us know. So, yes.
So I wanted to ask some clarification on the naming. Because when I think of naming rights of like the AT&T Center, or which is getting renamed, or there's other buildings that are named after people, courthouses sometimes. Is this like, will it no longer be referred to as the Leon Valley Community Center at all?
It will. I mean, so when things have been something for so long,
It's hard to change.
just like the straw flower pool, it gets called the straw flower pool, it gets called the Leon Valley Community Pool, it gets called your Veterans Park. We just call it the Veterans Park, but forever it was just the Community and Conference Center area. I mean, so I think for the most part, it's still going to be considered the Leon Valley Community Center. It'll be us, like we can change it on the website and put Leon Valley Irene Baldridge Community Center, and some of the stuff that we put out, but we're not going to go around and change everything we have to deem that the Irene Baldridge Community Center.
Okay, so going along that, I think, I don't think removing the words Leon Valley from it do any justice. I think that's part of our community's identity, is having the word Leon Valley. I think of like ads that you might hear on the radio, like the Hot Tub Expo. I think they rent the community center every 6 months or a year or whatever, and that's always referred to as the Leon Valley Community Center, which is where the event is held. And I think if we take away the word Leon Valley, we're almost doing a disservice to our community by taking the words Leon Valley out of the common advertisement for the city that generally is free and provided when vendors and stuff do events. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. I just don't want it to lose the Leon Valley element to the name.
So normally I wouldn't change the name. Wouldn't just be like, it wouldn't be named Irene Baldridge. Like we would have put, Leon Valley Irene Baldridge Community Center. That would have been the way I would have worded the building. It is a mouthful, and so you will get people that will shorten that, on their own, just in general. But like even the Joyce Trent Children's Wing, we didn't take out Leon Valley from that. It's the Leon Valley Joyce Trent Children's Wing. It's just a mouthful. And it still gets dubbed the Children's Wing. I don't very rarely get it called.
And it's actually the Joyce Miller Trent. I mean, she has her whole name, so it's.
But it very rarely gets called that?
No, it doesn't. You're right.
It's
the Joyce Trent.
more of a recognition, a plaque.
Right, just honoring her. Yeah, exactly, with the legacy. Yes, Counselor Bradshaw.
Yeah, thanks, Anna. I was just going to say the same thing. I don't think it, Leon Valley Irene Baldridge Community Center. I think it should be, the other way around. I think it sounds the Irene Baldridge Leon Valley Community Center. Right. I think that the name first, because when you say the Joyce Trent,
Leon
Leon Valley Library, same thing.
So it's the name first.
The name
How do you
first,
feel
and
about
then
that?
Leon Valley.
Is that okay,
And again,
Mr.
people will
Stevens?
shorten it, of course, to say
Okay.
it's the Leon Valley
Yeah.
Community Center, but just that
Okay,
name.
very good. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Anything else? All right.
So we do have a resolution attached to tonight. If I could just get some consensus to put that resolution on for consent one next time, based on that recommendation, if that's okay with y'all.
Is this a first read?
Oh, it's not a first read, but
Mhm.
they're in the agenda item. It doesn't actually say resolution. When I updated it, it didn't
Oh,
stick, I
yeah,
guess.
we were gonna
Oh, I
change
did,
it.
and I
Yeah.
added the resolution, or
Uh-huh.
we added the resolution. So
Right.
the resolution is in your packet, but it doesn't say it on your agenda item, so you can't vote on a resolution that's not, because it wasn't deemed a resolution.
Okay.
But either way, it's fine, because now we're gonna rename it. So,
And we'll put it on the consent
and I'll put
agenda.
it on the consent agenda, if that's okay with
Okay.
the majority of the council.
Well, we have a motion and a second. Should we go ahead and?
You can
Mayor,
vote, but if you,
Mayor,
but
I need to amend my motion to change it, the wording to Leon Valley.
She's saying we can't do it because we aren't following the Open Meetings Act.
Right,
We
so-
didn't give proper notification.
Right.
So do I just
But we'll
need
do
to
it at the
withdraw?
next meeting, and we'll put it on the consent agenda.
Oh, yes,
And you
so-
have consensus, I believe,
Right,
so.
and so
Thank
then
you all
you
very
can
much, I
withdraw.
really appreciate it.
withdraw my.
Withdraw,
Yeah,
withdraw.
okay, withdraw. Okay, very good. Thank you, and Crystal, thank you so much for your efforts. I
Yeah.
really appreciate it. Okay. All right. She can do yours, okay. So I was wanting to see if we could take the announcements and the city manager's report and the consent agenda, and then move up the short-term rentals first on the regular agenda. Would that be amenable to the council? Okay, so let's just do that, and thank you for your patience, those of you that are here. We're going to do a few other kind of housekeeping things now. So on the announcements by the mayor and the council, I have just three short things. I believe during our retreat, we had a report on the homeless issue, and we had a meeting here on June 15th, 2023, in this big, large room with about 15 people around, and really great meeting, and the county was going to look into helping, actually, I thought, the suburban cities. And so I was in contact with Judge Sakai's office, and finally got connected with Robert Reyna, who works in that department. And he let me know this week, and I let the manager know, and we actually called him. The county wants to do a pilot program just with the city of Leon Valley. But they want us to share the cost of the outreach workers, and Dr. Caldera will address that in her city manager's report. But they just felt it was easier to work with one community and see how it goes, and get an agreement and figure out what we're going to do before they go to any of the other suburban cities. So I feel really blessed that they would want to work with us, to be honest with you. But and I think it's a wonderful opportunity, because the judge is really, really wanting to see how we can address the homeless issue. And the county's even thinking about bringing money for housing. Again, I don't know the specifics. I've just heard that. So that's one thing I wanted to announce. And then I also wanted to encourage our citizens to try to get with your neighbors on National Night Out. That's October the 3rd. The council will not be in session that night, because we've got to go to a Texas Municipal League conference that day. But it's a great way to meet your neighbors and also meet the police and fire. Then they will come by if you have a party. It can be just where you just take your chairs and you sit outside on somebody's driveway, and just talk. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. And then also I wanted to thank the Park Commission and Melinda. The pool, it's 100 degrees still, and so the Forest Oak pool will be open on the weekends for the rest of September from noon to 8 p.m. And it's such a refreshing thing to be able to go to the pool in this hot weather. But anyway, thanks for everyone for coming tonight in the chambers and then online. We do appreciate it so much. Okay, so I'm going to ask other counselors. I'm going to start with Mr. Bradshaw on my right.
All right.
And ask you, what would you like to
Yeah,
say?
I don't have anything announcements. Just thank everybody that's
Okay.
coming in the chambers. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Orozco, do you have anything?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Uh-huh.
Only 16 more days of summer left.
We think.
Yeah, and our thoughts and prayers. A gentleman by the name of Jesse Valdez was in our CPAC, and he is struggling right now, but he's being taken care of by the VA with hospice, and talked to Elaine, past couple of days, and they're working through it. So our thoughts and prayers are for the Valdez family, for Elaine, Jesse, and their family.
Thank you so much for that. It's, everybody keep healthy. Yes, Councilor Campos.
Thank you, Mayor.
You bet.
Again, I want to thank everybody for coming this evening here in person. I do want to make our citizens, just remind them, we've got a drought going on. Please be mindful as you water your grass. Take care of any fires that you might have, whether you're barbecuing, whatever, so that we don't start a fire. And I also want to make sure that everybody stays safe in this heat. So thank you.
Councilor Stevens.
I wanted to say thank you to the people that have come tonight, that are probably a lot of them waiting to participate in a discussion later on. I also wanted to say I've never been so happy to see a building demolished as I was to see that Comfort Cafe get torn down. So hopefully the Sonic building is next in the future. And good job, staff, for finally being able to get CPS to show up, I guess, to show up for the guys.
There you go. That was an effort, I tell you. Yes. Councilor Martinez.
I'd like to say thank you for everybody that is here tonight and the people watching us on the internet. Hope everybody had a very relaxing and enjoyable Labor Day weekend. And more important, I want to thank the council for granting my absence for the last meeting for me to attend my mom's funeral. And I just want to say thank you for the beautiful plant that the city sent. And I was able to bring the plant back to San Antonio with us. So that's something my wife can nurture and think about my mom when we look at it.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, Dr. Caldera.
Yes, the city manager's report is outside and already posted online, and I sent it to y'all earlier today. The pilot program, as the mayor was speaking, will be coming on to a subsequent council meeting presentation discussion to talk about possible funding to help support that pilot program. And you stole my thunder on finally getting Comfort Cafe demolished.
Oh, okay.
But that's pretty much it, and y'all know where to find me if y'all need me.
Okay, thank you so much. Do appreciate it. One last thing before we move the regular agenda short-term rentals up to the top. May I have a motion to approve consent agenda item number 1, 2, and 3, unless you want to move it? Pull it for discussion.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to approve consent agenda items 1, 2, and 3 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. So as discussed, by consensus, we will take regular agenda 7.11 next. And let me read that. And Councilor Philip Campos and Councilor Orozco, again, this was on our retreat agenda, and this is another one that we decided to move to the regular agenda, are the authors of this agenda item. Let me please read it. Presentation and discussion on an ordinance amending Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 4, Business Regulations, adding Article 4.13, Short-Term Rental, Section 4.13.001 through 4.13.011, providing for regulations for the registration and use of short-term rentals, providing for definitions, providing for inspections, providing for restrictions, providing for brochure and safety requirements, providing a penalty not to exceed $500, amending Chapter 11, Taxation of the Code of Ordinances by amending the definition of a hotel to include short-term rental units, amending Appendix A fee schedule, adding Article A 17.011 short-term rental registration fee. This is our first read, so we will not have a vote tonight, but we'll have a good discussion. And I've asked Councilor Campos to begin the discussion. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor.
Yes.
Our fellow councilmen, and City Manager Dr. Caldera, thank you for allowing me to present. My name is Philip Campos. I'm the City Councilman here for Place 3. I'm here to introduce the ordinance to regulate short-term rentals. You know, over the years, short-term rentals, and I'm going to call them STRs, have been discussed on various times throughout the last 3 years. You can see there in the slide, 6 times in 21, 22, wow. 2 times, and in 23 it's already appeared twice before this evening. STRs, just to level set with everybody, what is it? They're defined as residential dwelling, apartments, condos, or accessory dwellings that are rented for less than 30 days. Hotel occupancy taxes are due to the state and the local municipality, and that's what the acronym HOT, Hotel Occupancy Tax. If you recall, this year in January of 2023, citizens appeared here with their concerns over the short-term rentals in their area. There was subsequent a presentation created by Councilor Stevens, who presented some thoughts and ideas for the council to consider. And at that time, the city manager was directed to allow the city attorney to develop an ordinance. Mm-hmm. Okay? And so we have looked at that draft ordinance during our retreat. We each had an opportunity to weigh in on it, provide feedback, and propose changes to it. So tonight, we're here to present it to the council, the latest version of the ordinance, or the Exhibit A. And we're here to discuss it further, make recommendations, allow for updates for future city council consideration. So this is the first read. So in the ordinance, I'm just touching on the highlights. In that Exhibit A of the ordinance, it provides the purpose and applicability. It provides definitions that we go by for the registration requirements, as well as it builds in a right to inspect the premises. It also creates restrictions on the STRs, which includes the prohibition of external signage. It limits the number of occupants and the number of vehicles for that short-term rental. And just to give the citizens an idea, to limit the occupants to 2 per bedroom to a maximum of 10 for the short-term rental, plus the 1 vehicle per bedroom, or the lesser of that number, or how many can fit in their driveway and garage. It's also prohibited from operating without paying their hotel occupancy tax, and it does not allow for a party venue or nuisance parties to be occurring at those short-term rentals. It provides where the short-term rental owner will provide a brochure or information to their short-term tenants about the features of in kind of emergency contact numbers for fire emergencies, as well as points out the safety features of the property. The ordinance also has, in the exhibit, has a notification to the property owners around there within 200 feet that a short-term rental has been approved. The term for the registration is 1 year. The fees are $125 a year, and there is a renewal process. There is also in there a detailed suspension and revocation of the registration, as well as how you go about if you are suspended or it's been revoked, the appeals process to go through, and it also cites the violations and the penalties in the exhibit. So today we're here to discuss any further revisions, develop a council consensus, create an updated ordinance, and present the updated ordinance for a second read at a future meeting. So that's what I have for my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. I know we have citizens here that would like to speak on this issue, so I think we could hear from you. And then we've got 2 letters that we can read as well. So let me open it up to the citizens that are here. Yes, sir, if you'll state your name and where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
J.R. Hasselhoff, I'm the chair of the Libertarian Party here in Bexar County. So, ladies and gentlemen, City Councilman, Mayor, City Manager, appreciate giving me the time. I stand before you today to strongly oppose this proposed ordinance, which seeks to categorize my home as a short-term rental when I utilize it in an Airbnb fashion, and categorize my home as a hotel. Doing so imposes burdensome regulations upon me, as well as, what is this, a right to inspect my premises. I get to pay you for a certain term. I get to give you renewal money. Many citizens like myself will find it hard to forget the hardships that we just endured through this recent pandemic. Many individuals found themselves in dire economic straits due to government-imposed solutions, which left many of us without employment. For some, our only lifeline and source of income became renting out parts of our most valuable asset, and that is our homes. This sharing economy, you're calling them short-term rentals here, but the sharing economy provided a crucial means of survival for many during those challenging times. It's crucial to recognize that homeowners who are participating in this manner in the sharing economy are exercising their property rights and they're exercising their personal freedoms. They're finding innovative ways to use their property to generate income while also offering travelers a unique accommodation options here in Leon Valley. This fundamentally is the embodiment of personal liberty, the right to use my personal property as I see fit, not as how you see fit. However, today's proposed ordinance seeks to strangle this economic freedom with a web of restrictive regulations, Exhibit A, unnecessary costs, invasive oversight. These actions will necessarily undermine the rights of property owners here in Leon Valley. But I want to take a kind of broader context of this situation. For those of you who are up with the news, hotel industry lobbyists recognize the success and the appeal of platforms such as Airbnb. They found, they understood that, a lot of people like Airbnb. It provides a cheaper option, a more intimate option for those travelers. They actually came up with a plan on how to curb Airbnb because they noted that Airbnb is their competition. This plan was leaked to the New York Times in April of 2017. Recommend everyone go check out that article. That article is called Inside the Hotel Industry's Plan to Combat Airbnb. And if you read this story, they aim to spread stories of Airbnb disasters. They want to clutch their pearls about, parties and upticks of crime. And they're doing this intentionally to badmouth what is their own competition. They also sought to donate to politicians and political candidates and have individuals speak out in forums just like this, neighborhood meetings, to continue to denounce their competition. So it's essential to remember that the proposed ordinance that we're hearing a first read of tonight, it aligns with many of the objectives outlined in that plan. But just so you know, it does represent an overreach of government power into your life. To be clear, I'm not accusing anyone on this dais of being bought and paid for. Is that
okay.
it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It
I do want to say, not accusing anyone here of being bought and paid for.
Okay.
But I do recommend everyone read that article so that when we see those pearl clutchings and those some of those same plans, we do the right thing.
Thank you for your comments. I do appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Anyone else in the chamber that would like to address the council, please come forward. All right. Mr. Bowl.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Evan Bowl,
minutes.
Leon Valley. So it was a great presentation, very well thought out, very much speaks to the feeling and mindset of the community. Appreciate you, Councilman Campos. I did have a question based on what I had previously read, as much as I could, as well as the gentleman who just spoke. Does this, can there be an amendment that effectively exempts those who live in their homes as primary residents who simply use a portion of their property as such? It is presumed that as someone who is going to that lives there as on-site, 24/7, is using the same premises, is going to have the innate greater responsibility to ensure that what we have been experiencing in our community here, of the negatives of unregulated short-term rentals, is not occurring. Do you think that could be something we address?
I was going to let the city attorney answer that, if she wouldn't mind.
I'm sorry, did you ask?
So basically there'd be an exemption. So this is a great idea, but per this gentleman, for those who live in their homes as primary residents, rent out like a room or have the shed type of thing where they are living there on the same premises, they're going to be more apt to be more responsible and more responsive to ensure that they're abiding by all rules and regulations versus what we have been encountering with the lack of accountability.
Let me ask Ms. Warren.
The current draft doesn't distinguish the current draft doesn't distinguish owner-occupied versus non-owner-occupied.
But
It's
it
just
can.
by definition.
But it can, is because I think that would be a great relief to many who have the concern of the gentleman behind me.
That's not my decision.
Okay. Well, that then bounces back to the council and
All right, so
Councilman
that's a
Campos.
consideration. All
So
right. Anyone
that would
else?
be my
Okay.
point
Thank
of
you
view.
for that.
Thank you.
Do appreciate it. Anyone else? Yes. Good evening and welcome. How are you this evening? If you'll state your name and where you reside.
My name is Roger Salceda.
Yeah.
32-year resident, Leon Valley. And I just want to make a quick comment. I applaud y'all for recognizing that this is an issue because I live across the street from an Airbnb. And when there's 60 people in a house, up on the roof, in my yard, and it's not right, you know, that they're renting these houses to have parties and stuff like that, rather than having a party at their own house. And it affects the neighborhood, especially when I live on a cul-de-sac street. Okay, and everything's right there. So I want to applaud y'all for recognizing this. There needs to be some regulation, and I thank y'all for doing that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Salcedo.
Campos.
Do appreciate it. All right. Anyone else? Yes. Mr. Mata, good evening and welcome.
Eric Mata, Canterfield. Yeah, so this has been an ongoing thing, I think started last spring, right? And we had a couple of neighbors of Councilman Campos come and speak. I think Mr. Salcedo was one of them. It's interesting, we find ourselves here with a laundry list of regulations. And I think it would be good for the community to know how these issues were resolved in this neighborhood that, from my perspective, kind of kicked this off. There were many suggestions made at the time that this could be dealt at the level of, for instance, with Airbnb. And from what I understand, it was. The issues that they had, I don't think they even addressed it with the Leon Valley Police Department at the time either. So here we find ourselves, in my opinion, unnecessarily jumping into potentially putting ourselves in a climate that we found ourselves a couple of years ago that I think led to a lot of problems in this city. And I think this desire to impose your will on your neighbors leads to policy that brings in people like Joe Salvaggio and other staff members that we had that created a mess in this town. So it's a warning to you guys as our council. Watch the moves you make in regards to policy. I think it invites a lot of unpleasant characters and an unpleasant atmosphere that we saw. Other thing I would say is, it's funny. I think there's a group of citizens that came together courageously to say no to the madness that we saw a couple of years ago. And it's sad that that same group of citizens who definitely differ on various issues, on this very issue, the line was drawn in the sand because some didn't agree with others on it. And I think it's shameful of some people sitting up here that you took the positions that you did and betrayed those who backed you and stood up for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I didn't know if Mr. Blackmore was going to say something or not. Anyone else before we've got, you can only speak once, yeah. Yes, ma'am, go ahead. And we've got 2 letters, and I'll read one, and Mr. Martinez will read another one. And then I'll open it up for council discussion. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and where you reside.
Yes, my name is Maria Salceda.
Yes, ma'am.
And I wife to Roger, and we've lived here 32 years. I just like to say that the council did what we, the citizens, wanted. We came to the council. They didn't want to do this. They came because they did this because we asked it of them. We're not against anyone. We would like, it's unfortunate that people in the ideal world, people would do the right thing. But we don't live in the real ideal world. We live in the real world. The real world, unfortunately, sometimes you have to impose regulations so that we all can be happy with one another. I didn't like being told that we didn't care about the other person's how they wanted to do their property. I don't care what someone does with their property, so long as they don't impose on mine. And that's what they were doing, and that's why we came. We didn't come because we think we're better. I didn't like being told that. I didn't like being told that at all. I don't think I'm better. I don't care if they leave their trash out there so long as they take it out when it has to be. To this day, that very renter does not take out their trash. We have to call about it. We did have to call the police. We had, because that's what we're told to do. Call the police, call the police. That's what we did. That's what we did. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that this is what it came to. It's not what we wanted, but we don't want anyone imposing on our property either.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. All right. Anyone else in the chambers? Okay. I have a letter that I was going to read from Linda Mefford, who lives in I believe she lives on Adair. And she says, thank you for this opportunity. Regarding the growing negative impact of short-term rentals in Leon Valley, I implore you to take immediate action to protect the citizens, community, and businesses of Leon Valley and surrounding communities. Specifically, I'm requesting that the City Councilman propose and then approve a vote immediately. Number one, to allow the city staff to prepare a recap of how other communities are combating the significant damage incurred by short-term rentals on residential neighborhoods. Number two, a presentation of professional recommendations regarding short-term rentals for city-specific approaches and actions in risk mitigation, accompanied by recommended timelines for implementation. Next, the goal of which is, number one, to properly educate all stakeholders in Leon Valley on the nationwide facts of STR damages to communities, and second, to serve as a guide for City Councilmen to approve the city to take appropriate steps recommended. Time is of the essence, especially when the City Council has taken absolutely no action whatsoever to protect our community, while other cities have been consistently demonstrating progressive approaches. To share just one example, in June of 2023, the City of Dallas has banned short-term rentals from single-family neighborhoods effective 12/31/23, and she has a link. Leon Valley is a sitting duck as STR investors see our complete absence of diligence in this area as shrewd means to swell their profits even larger and quicker and easier. City Council, I urge you not to attempt to delay any action. However, please resist recreating the wheel yourselves by tossing out a few tactics that likely have already been proven to be ineffective. Please leverage this long-awaited opportunity to vote immediately to allow our city staff, one, to review what other cities have already successfully implemented and refined recently, as well as upcoming planned work. Oh goodness, this is long. Next, to expertly update the holistic plan previously prepared by the city staff on this topic years ago, to which the City Council refused to move forward with any of those recommendations. Next, to empower the City Council and all stakeholders, residents, businesses, associations, with accurate and complete data on this national topic, so the leadership of our city can fulfill their responsibilities to the community, including to mitigate vast negative impacts neighborhoods are encountering as a result of STRs being allowed to operate with absolutely no guidelines or oversight. Next, to prevent other residents from these horrible impacts in the future. Next, to protect the way of life and lifestyle enjoyed for generations here. And next, to preserve resources of the city. Since January's failed attempt to persuade the city to take action, let me assure you that the impacts of businesses operating on residential, let me just finish the sentence, operating in residential neighborhoods cause distress and issues daily, each and every day, to my family and neighbors. Please start to take action today. Sincerely, Linda Meffert on Adair. Okay, and this will be part of the record. Mr. Martinez, I believe you have a letter as well.
I have a letter from Tina Chasen.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am asking the Council to consider as they address the issue of the Airbnb and short-term rentals in our neighborhoods. My request is to limit the number of homes allowable for rental per street. My hope in requesting this consideration is to maintain stability in keeping the neighborhoods consistent with neighbors knowing neighbors. My particular street of 44 homes has 3 homes that are rentals or Airbnbs. I feel 8 to 10% of the total number of homes would be a fair allowable amount per street. We are not a large city in numbers or acreage, and I feel we must preserve our neighborhoods for the overall good of our citizens. Respectfully, Tina Chasen.
Okay, thank you. All right. Those are the input from citizens in person and on letterhead. Are there any other questions, comments, concerns from the council? Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
So some of the proposed ordinances that are here, right, is the restriction of parking spaces, 2 people per room, inspections, things that were brought up. Those are above and beyond, we already have ordinances for trash, we have ordinances for noise, those type of things. So these would be in addition to that, and and it would be a review process, and it sounds like suspension of the Airbnb registration. Who would that go through? Would that go through planning and zoning? Would we have a separate short-term rental committee that we'd have to put together that would have to grant these registrations and restrict the registrations and make those decisions? And there's obviously a appeals process, but who's going to do all that, and how is this going to be enforced is my question, right?
Okay.
What's going to cause, somebody's running an Airbnb and just says, no, I'm not registering it with Leon Valley. How is that?
It's right there in front of you. So the ordinance was drafted by Ms. Warren based on the last conversation, and it was a combination of some restrictions, no restriction. I mean, it was just kind of a little bit of a mess. And so she put together something so y'all could actually work off of an actual document.
Right.
I have not heard any feedback other than from Mr. Campos as to adding items. And at the retreat, his item that he wanted to add was not to allow Airbnbs within 250 feet of each other. And so that was added to this ordinance. However, the city attorney has some recommendations on being able to do that. And so again, this is the first presentation. If the council wants to go back and redline it themselves, if y'all want to move forward with it as the way this draft is, that's fine too. We, the staff, just need a little bit of direction on how you would like to proceed, the majority of y'all. So we can take it section by section if you want to do that, and kind of go through those sections. We can do that together. Whatever y'all would like to do.
All right. So what's the pleasure of the council? Yes, Councilor Stevens.
So I have some thoughts on this.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So first, I just wanted to make sure if we got sued federally, ours would go to the Texas Western District Court. Are we in the Western area?
We're in the Western District for sure. We
Okay.
are.
So we aren't in the Eastern.
No, we're in the Western.
We aren't up in Dallas. Our case would go to the Western District Court, which is where this issue has been litigated over and over and over again, and it's never been ruled in favor of the cities. New Braunfels is in the midst of litigation right now. It's ongoing. Finally, there was a movement on the case recently. It was in favor of the plaintiffs. Also, New Braunfels started issuing out permits to allow people to have Airbnbs, likely because there's a large amount of public pressure on New Braunfels. But so I just wanted to, bring that up. I think we're getting into some slippery slope here with regards to litigation in the Western District Court area, and appeal courts above that have refused to hear Airbnb. That's why there's a difference between Eastern and Western District Court in Texas. There's differing opinions, and so there's precedent up in the Eastern District Court for cities to survive through these ordeals. Cities like Dallas and Fort Worth and Arlington, and all those cities, but not down in Austin or in San Antonio area, New Braunfels. And so, the Zatori versus the City of Austin, which was one of the landmark cases, I believe, regarding Airbnbs a few years, 3 or 4 years ago now. There was another case that was just, it was Anding and Anding versus the City of Austin. Both Anding and Anding, which were property owners, filed for a motion for summary judgment. The City of Austin filed a competing motion for summary judgment. Come to find out, the court in the Western District Court ruled in favor of the plaintiffs in that case, and the city lost. And it was about short-term rentals. It was about the first ruling, which they reaffirmed in the case that was just released August 1st of last month. Austin's short-term rental ordinance was unconstitutionally retroactive. The clauses that were in Austin's ordinance on gathering based on residencies, like Austin had the law that if you had 3 bedrooms, you can only have 6 people gathering. Well, that was ruled unconstitutional, and it's still ruled unconstitutional in the recent ruling. There's all sorts of federal courts throughout the whole United States that have had short-term rental cases brought before them with limitations on occupancy, and it's always unconstitutional because it's a violation of the right to assemble, which is a fundamental part of the U.S. Constitution. And so the proposal before us clearly violates the U.S. Constitution, in my opinion.
I can answer that.
Yeah. I'd like for you to address that, please. Thank you.
That occupancy comes straight out of the property code. So there are instances, I'm not sure exactly what Austin's ordinance was founded on, but these numbers came out of the property code, and that limits the number by bedrooms.
Right. So according to what I read versus in the Zatori, the initial case was that essentially residents were rightfully complaining because 30 or 40 people would be gathered at some of these small houses that were short-term rentals. And so Austin said to each bedroom, 2 people max occupancy. The court said, no, you can't do that because you're violating the people's right to assemble outside of their house. And they had restrictions on outside gathering versus inside gathering, which, complicated the issue as well. But I think this is ripe for a challenge. I want to reiterate that this is completely unenforceable. When you take it to its full end, just like the red light camera tickets, it's unenforceable. It's unless we are willing to use police power and start suing individuals who are violating this ordinance. If they completely ignore the city, it's going to be unenforceable. And so if you take it to its rightful end, anybody that's in the city can just, completely avoid it. I also think the parking concerns limitations, that would be completely ruled against in the Constitution also. So you're saying that I can have, if I'm a resident and I don't have a short-term rental, say my house is a long-term rental, I can have 30 guests on the street. But if it's somebody who has property and they have a house that's just like mine, they've paid the same price for my house, because they list theirs as occasionally as a short-term rental, there can be regulated on the max amount of parking spots. That's completely ridiculous. That's such a violation of
I can explain that as well.
Go ahead, please.
They're
Thank you.
not similarly situated. This is a business, so you can't have limitations. Oh, I'm sorry. I turned it off instead of on.
Yeah.
So in that instance, and what you're saying is true.
So is a long-term rental not a business?
Hang on just a second. Let her
No,
finish.
that's exactly what I said, that it's a business. And so they're not similarly situated, the homeowner who lives there versus a business operating. But your point is well taken, And that, I think the whole council talked about this is a ripe area, and any ordinance can be challenged. And what we believe we can do, like I said, some of these provisions come straight out of the property code. That doesn't mean it can't be challenged. So I don't disagree with you, though I'm just kind of pointing you directly to where the language comes from. But definitely I agree that, especially with the 250 feet limitations, there's certain things that you need to do first because of the things that Mr. Stevens is talking about pursuant to the Constitution, but also your zoning ordinance that already provides that short-term rental are a use. So as Dr. Caldera stated, this comes from just that bare conversation that we had, what is the least we can do to have some type of regulations on short-term rentals. But yes, some of these things can come completely, be taken away.
Right. So if I have my home and it's available for 31-day lease, I can have 30 cars on the street, right? But if it's 30 days, I can only have, no cars on the street? I can only have cars in the driveway, right? Is that what the ordinance proposal is?
Or it's a number of bedrooms.
Or in garages.
Or what
right?
fits in
You
your
can't have
driveway.
you can't have any vehicles on the street, right? You can't have any vehicles on the street. Think about that. Like as it is right now, I don't know how everybody in this room is, but as it is right now, my family of 2 always parks a car on the street at night. So if I turn my house into a short-term rental, all of a sudden, we wouldn't even be allowed to park at my house. Can you think of how ridiculous that sounds? Like seriously, how ridiculous is that? I understand if you live in a luxury neighborhood that has, 200-yard long driveways, that may be a lot more feasible, but it's not feasible for the majority of Leon Valley. It's not feasible. We talked about, again, a lot of this goes back to the Constitution. I think this is right. I would expect that anybody that currently has an Airbnb is grandfathered in because we can't be infringing upon their rights. And so they're going to be able to have, if they're within 250 feet or whatever, they'll be allowed to keep going as is. Otherwise, I would imagine if we push them to the end, we will get sued.
Let me ask you, is that true?
That's right.
Well, they will be grandfathered? Okay, thank you.
So
But I have
Yes.
one question. So in order to grandfather in, do they have to register by a certain time? So like we send out notice, and if they don't register, then they're not grandfathered in?
Well, you would have to know that they're there in order for them to exercise that. So they would be grandfathered in whether they registered or not.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be up to the city to know. And that's one of the problems too. And I think Councilman Stevens is kind of pointing to that as well. I mean,
that's an issue you have, right? So if right now anybody that's in the city has the right to have an Airbnb in their house,
That's right.
because it's not prohibited. And so you take away that right, you're taking away their property rights. There's like legal words for this. But this is a lot of the lawsuits have actually stemmed around local governments stealing this privilege or this right that's given to them away from them. And so how are we going to prove that future Airbnbs, say, a certain house, aside from a sale that may be, if somebody, obviously if there's like a change in ownership of a house or something, how will you prove that it was not an Airbnb in the past, but it is now? Especially knowing that we're already have a limited amount of law enforcement officers at certain times, so we're going to have them out there and enforcing this somehow. I don't picture it. Finally, again, a lot of constitutional stuff, but I want to go back just to the pure logic. So when this issue was first brought to us by residents in Mr. Campos' neighborhood, there was a council member on this dais that is no longer on this dais that said, hey, report it to Airbnb. Report it to Airbnb because parties are prohibited. Gatherings that are huge, that are impacting the neighbors around are prohibited on Airbnb's terms and conditions. And so finally, when the neighbors decided to report it to Airbnb, instead of bringing it before the government, the Airbnb was shut down. Airbnb resolved the conflict on themselves because they have a brand to protect. And they don't want to be they don't want to be bad-mouthed in council meetings like this. So we should first speak highly of them, that they actually took it upon themselves to cancel the ability for a person that was causing a nuisance in their neighborhood to continue that nuisance, but also realize that, hey, you can actually report these issues to the platforms themselves and get them resolved. And guess what? You don't have to use taxpayer dollars to send a police officer out there to the house. We don't have to use city resources, a city attorney, to write a cease and desist letter to a resident that's in the community. I think this is ripe for abuse. I was fine with the ordinance before it had like the extra 30 regulations attached to it. I'm completely not fine with so many parts of this ordinance. I understand if the council chooses to pass this. Again, I would encourage any Airbnb owner or resident to just realize this is a completely unenforceable ordinance. It will be completely unenforceable, just like the red light camera tickets, unless we take it to the logical conclusion, which is a lawsuit in court. Like we will be unable to use our police powers to enforce this ordinance against somebody that completely ignores us.
Okay. So are you saying that we shouldn't pass any restrictions at all on short-term rentals? Because I know you did have a PowerPoint.
I had a draft, and there was about 20
right.
or 30 things added to this that were not in the draft.
Okay.
I was fine with that draft, but I'm not fine with all of these parking regulations. I think it's unconstitutional. I think it's like logically unconstitutional. Also, we will lose in court if we have such ridiculous parking regulations. The whole bedroom, you can only have like 2 people per house or per room in occupying the house. It's a violation of the Assembly Clause of the U.S. Constitution. I mean, there's all sorts of issues with the extra regulations that are added to this that I swore an oath to uphold the U.S. Constitution when I took this office. We all did, okay. and I'm going to honor that oath.
Okay. So maybe what we need to do is look at what you had proposed back in March versus this one, and then see where we can kind of craft a compromise. I'm not sure. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
I'll let Mr.
Go ahead.
Mr. Orozco go first, because he hasn't spoken.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilor Bradshaw. This has been brought up even before the situation happened in Councilman Campos' neighborhood. We've been talking about this for like almost forever. And I was for something simple as registration, just so we can keep track of who's in our neighborhood, who's in our town, who's doing what. I didn't think about all these restrictions. Some are good, some are bad. We can tweak, and we can change that. It's been going on, not only in our city, but one of the biggest ones right now is in Bernie. They're having a huge discussion on it. And today, CNN came out with a one in New York. And the one in New York, there's 23,000 Airbnbs there, and they were going to take them away. The gentleman did have a good point where he's saying that sometimes the hotels are getting into it because they're losing a lot of money. They had estimated that the Airbnbs in New York for 2022 made $85 million.
Wow.
And so there's money to be done there. The biggest advice that I got, or the best advice I got, is from a realtor saying, and I said this before in a meeting when Councilor Hefner was here, and he says they're here to stay, but there is rules and regulations that you have to go by for, not for just Airbnb, but the hotels and everything. You can work together for both of you. It can be financially advantageous for both of you. I understand where Councilman Stevens is coming from, and there is something in the district courts, but they haven't made a determination on that. And we can adjust as the courts adjust as well. So as far as being enforceable, I think we can find a way. I'm more concerned about safety as far as fire extinguishers, detectors, and compliances. As far as the parking and some of the other restrictions, as limiting 2 per bedroom to adults, but then you can have 2 adults but have about 50 kids, in the living room. and I'm just being facetious here, and I'm just saying that we need to start having some type of control over this, where we're not trying to do a government overreach, but a government safety issue, and take care of our citizens that live next to them, allow them to feel safe around their neighborhood, feel safe that they can walk the neighborhood without the fear of having a huge party. One of the things that I didn't see here, and I know that they rent the pools, and not just the house, they rent the pools for a day or for Saturday and Sunday. I didn't see that.
Or something, whatever. It's
Right.
yeah.
And they rent them for the hours, and they can throw big parties and stuff like that. But I think we need to have some type of structure, and this is a beginning. It's not the best, it's not everything, but it's a beginning where we can go ahead and establish some type of not control, and I hate to use that word because I don't want to control this.
Guidelines.
But I want to have, okay, well, guidelines is a good word as well. Just some type of acknowledgement that we know that you're there. We need some registration. I think the $500 fee is pretty extensive, and I believe we can find a way to enforce this. I don't know what the law is going to decide in the district courts, but we can follow their lead. But in the meantime, we need something in the process to start saying we're going to protect not only the people that are coming into the Airbnbs and make sure that they meet the safety regulations and protect our citizens that are right next to the Airbnb, making sure they're protected. And this is just a start. Is it perfect? Not for our city, but it's a start, and I think that we should go with this. And Constable Stevens has some good changes, and him and I were the ones that asked him to do the ordinance. I think that we can come to an agreement, and maybe not, maybe we will have disagreements, but I think it's a start, and I think we should go with this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradshaw.
Yeah, so I go back to my question. I see that, you know, there's a repeal of the registration and there's a review and all that, but I still, you know, this is what, you know, the violation, first, second, third strike, and we're going to completely ban somebody from being short-term rental right after they've had like 3 violations. So, you know, again, I just think it's ripe for abuse. If somebody didn't want it, they could complain, and get somebody kind of kicked off by using the city, you know, to take away their registration. But then again, what's to prevent them? Then do the city, do we go after Airbnb and say, oh, they're violating our ordinance and they can't be listed, and try and get them to delist people who try and do a short-term rental? Or, you know, like I said before, what mechanism is there to force people to register, to force people to follow these laws? That I don't see that it will be enforceable.
Okay, but are you opposed to nothing at all, or some
I
basic?
think the original proposal that Councilor Stevens came up with was more reasonable.
Okay.
But having all these, you know, the parking spaces, the number of people per room, inspections, I think that's heavy-handed. Actually, I like the comment that the gentleman earlier here said, government-imposed solutions. That's I think what he said is just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, all right, good. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
Well, I think we need to have some kind of regulations on short-term rentals, and I'm in favor of that. San Antonio's ordinance has been upheld. They haven't been sued. They're still enforcing their ordinance.
Hang on just a second, let him finish, and then you can speak.
Don't ever interrupt me, please. You know, HOAs can restrict Airbnbs. So why can't a city restrict them? You know, to make anything enforceable, like the state, I have to pay sales tax. You know, there could be businesses around here that collect sales tax but don't ever report it to the state. until they get caught, they can continue forever. So, there's abuse can go on either way, but, there are mechanisms for catching that, and, there's severe penalties for not doing that. And Councilor Bradshaw mentioned, about enforcement. If somebody can, 3 strikes and you're out, basically. Well, if you had somebody that kept on filing frivolous complaints about an Airbnb, I'm sure the city would send out an inspector or somebody to check it out and find out that no, that there was not a wild party this weekend. It was very, congenial, and maybe, you did have one person that came for dinner, but, it's within acceptable guidelines. And those are going to be thrown out. So, and if you just keep on getting a repeat complainant, you're going to find out real quick that they're frivolous complaints. So I support the Airbnb regulations.
Okay. Mr. Stevens, did you want to comment on Mr.
Yeah, so I just wanted to give
Martinez's-
some factual corrections.
Okay.
Councilman Martinez says that San Antonio ordinance is still in effect and San Antonio is fully enforcing it. San Antonio actually has a document on their website. It's dozens. It's a slideshow presentation that's saved as a PDF, but it's dozens of slides long talking about the lack of enforcement and how they're unable to enforce their current short-term rental ordinance. It talks about how many short-term rental owners they think they have versus how many have registered through their system, and how they're unable to get those that operate a short-term rental that are not registered through the city of San Antonio, how they're unable to really enforce their ordinance upon them. That's on San Antonio's own website from not that long ago. I also wanted to correct Mr. Martinez on I just want to answer his question. HOAs are still enforcing Airbnbs. Why aren't cities? And because there's Supreme Court case precedent for that. J. Bryce Holdings LLC versus Willcrest Walk Townhomes Association from the Supreme Court of Texas goes into depth. That's just from 2022, but also it references multiple cases that were before that. HOAs have always, for the existence of them in the state of Texas, have always been able to be overzealous and over-regulatory with people that live in their neighborhoods because they're an HOA and people have chosen to live there. Government has never been able to be as restrictive and overzealous with regulations because we have to follow the Constitution. That's the difference, HOAs versus local government. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Campos.
So there's been a lot of great talking points, but I do want to add that, we all received a document directly from a representative from Airbnb. And one of the best practices was to get everything registered and for a fee. And there was renewals. The gentleman that was here earlier, he said that was out of the ordinary. The site itself, that is the most represented and recognized site, is saying it's a best practice. Okay, they told us that. They also, in their site, in their literature, said, hey, it would be great to use their site to make everybody equal so that we can start collecting the hotel occupancy tax up front, okay? Because we don't know who rents, but if we get into an agreement, and I cited that what is it, Kyle, Texas, has that agreement directly with Airbnb. Why can't we look into that? And I think the city manager's looking into that. So, there's also other cities that have done regulations: Arlington, Dallas, Fredericksburg, Granbury, Helotes, Kerrville, Marble Falls, New Braunfels, San Marcos, Wimberley, as well as the Bernie area. We're not alone in this. Everybody's trying to get a hold of some type of regulations on short-term rentals. And I think we would be remiss if we did not do that. I know it affects not only my neighborhood, but other neighborhoods. And if you don't live next to one, hey, great. But when you do, it is a terrible experience in some cases, okay? I wanted to ask the city attorney, can we consider different structures, like if there's an owner-occupied versus a non-owner-occupied? Because what we're dealing with is people who are doing an investment and live someplace else, okay? And is there a possibility?
For some reason, I remember having this conversation, but I have slept since then, and I don't remember why I said for us to take owner-occupied. Dr. Caldera, do you remember our?
Because at the time, that was, it wasn't the focus of this council. We were trying to get like a basis of regulations, and we said we would come back and add if we needed to the ordinance. But we're literally working off of nothing. It's not like we're amending a current ordinance. And so
Okay.
in that part of the discussion, it looked like at the time, and again, we had a different council at the time, they were looking at minimum regulations, so it wouldn't have impacted whether an owner lived there or a non-owner. You weren't looking at parking regulations, you weren't looking at number of occupants per home. You're basically looking at a registration and a collection of taxes.
Hot taxes.
Some mechanism of hot taxes. So they would be permitted, we would know who was here, and we would address, at the time it was Mr. Martinez's concern in regards to collecting the amount of taxes that we needed to collect. There was no discussion on limiting the number of Airbnbs per street per the majority of the council. There was not a consensus on limiting not just the street, but by the feet, by 250 feet. That also was not a consensus. There was no regulations in regards to parking and how many people per room. So it was just a basic registration. We would know who was here and an ability to collect hot taxes. But from that conversation and the retreat conversation, there was more concerns. The council body changed and providing some more restrictions. And so these are the additional restrictions we came up with from the person that was dictated to lead the conversation, which was Mr. Campos and Mr. Orozco. And so these are this is where we're at right now.
Right.
And so if the council doesn't want regulations, then you just tell us out of those regulations which ones you would like to strike. And then y'all could vote on those. And you can do one by one and vote on them as a body that way. You can take a vote on the ordinance as is right now. You can, not right now, but leave it
Right,
this way.
because it's first read.
Correct.
Right. And I'd like to see
So
Mr. Okay.
to answer your question, I don't think it was a legal reason why we settled on not differentiating whether the person lived there or not, but I would have to double check that. I think it's based on what Dr. Caldera just explained where we were in the process.
But if we asked you, you could do some more research to tell us.
That's right.
Okay.
Whatever
That's what I'd like
direction you want us to go.
I'd like to do that. And then, so how much has this Exhibit A changed since our retreat? Because I only remember, correct me if I'm wrong, but only asking about the 250 limitation. I don't remember adding asking for the limitation of the cars, but, and it was something that I think you may have been instructed to give us your opinion on what would be applicable to this. And so I don't want you to feel like I changed it. It was based on the discussion we had as a body during that retreat. The other thing, so we talked about the 250, that they couldn't be within 250, and so I'm understanding that that may not be allowable, but there may be where we could say, well, no more than 10% or 12%. Is that?
Either way, you're talking about use, density, that's a zoning provision. And because you already have short-term rental in your ordinance, we would have to grandfather some in, and there would have to be some type of formula that we decide what the density, what the use is going to be. And so, however, there's different ways to do it.
So I'd like to pursue that if we could, but I think we need to start with some regulations. I hope my colleagues would join me to voting to move this forward. We can go back if you want to and
redline out what you don't like. Yeah. Right. Is that? I'd like to just see if we can compromise, because I know I think I'm hearing everybody wants some type of regulations, but it's just, how restrictive or non-restrictive. But I think we can agree on some real basics. That's what I'd like to see. How about you, Mr. Orozco? Huh?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
And that's exactly where I was going with that. I went back there and I started thinking, wait a minute, we were just supposed to be talking about 250 feet and restricting the Airbnbs that are in certain neighborhoods, not to have too many. But you're right, it's a start. I do have a legal question, though. A while back, I was totally against an Airbnb that was being done, and I think they were coming in for a fence. They wanted to put a fence up there. And it was an Airbnb, and it was owned by the father, but they lived with the son, and it was strictly Airbnb. But they were claiming homestead for the Airbnb and claiming homestead where he was living. Is that legal?
No, it doesn't sound legal.
Have one homestead,
It does
right?
not sound legal at all. I would have to have the details, but no.
Yeah, it was just because of the fence. He wanted a 8-foot fence. It's a real nice fence. I think it's in Stevens neighborhood. But
Who is that?
after
I
research,
can't remember. Do you remember?
I do.
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
and when I did the research, they were claiming homestead even though they weren't living there.
Okay. Dr. Caldera?
Okay, so the homestead exemption and not homestead, that's a completely separate issue. So just to kind of bring us back on topic, when we originally put together, this is the same ordinance y'all had at the retreat, and I provided to y'all a month in advance. And we put everything in there to give y'all a month to go through and provide me feedback, we've added everything in there that we heard so y'all could redline it. The only feedback I got was to add the 250 feet, which I did. And so we're here now. So I just need to know if y'all want to go back and redline and then send me some new things so we have a drop-off point. If y'all are trying to compromise. If you're, I just need to know where you want to go from here.
I understand.
It is 8:20. I don't want to spend
Yeah,
any more on this
I think that's a
topic.
good idea. Yes, Counselor Stevens.
So for the red line,
yeah.
I don't know how will you do, so like, obviously, we're gonna have conflicting red lines.
Absolutely.
Sure.
And so I don't know how that will look. Will you put multiple colors or something?
No, this is what
Yeah.
I'm thinking. I'm trying, hold on. Mr. Okay, so if you take a look, this is kind of what I'm envisioning. See how there's a table here? Instead of the city names, I would have the council member names. And,
Okay.
and I would just break down what y'all are asking
Okay.
for,
That looks
and
good.
then just providing you that table.
Okay, cool.
That's
Do
a good
you
idea.
mind going through this and putting an asterisk by all of these that are currently in litigation? All the cities?
I didn't put together this.
Oh, okay.
I didn't put
I'm
this
just-
together. But when I was talking about trying to get some sort of, I don't know, when y'all are looking at a contentious ordinance, and just kind of like when we dealt with the RFP for the Kenman House, and I was getting literally 5 different directions on how to handle that. The only way for me to get some sort of consensus is either somebody call a vote on it, and y'all just move forward, and we just kind of see where we land, and then we come back for ordinance amendments, or y'all have an open discussion and we literally spend time talking about parking, talking about how many people live in, and we as a body, or y'all as a body, talk about it in that direction. Or you save time, send me all of your changes, I put together a sheet and pop it up on the screen, and we could still end up with 5 different,
Yeah, but at least we'd see where everybody's coming from.
but then you can at least see where everybody's at, and then we can kind of go from there and see if those are the so I'll add, we can add the parking requirements, yes, no.
Can I ask a question to Nicole on that?
Okay, go
So can we, because I've heard something about this before, I don't know what to believe, but can we restrict certain people from parking their vehicles on public streets because they're staying at one type of facility versus another type of facility?
When you say facility, what do you mean?
Say somebody's parked on a public street on Seneca and they're at QT, and somebody's parked on the public street on Seneca and they're in a residential home visiting their friend or whatever, and somebody's parked on Seneca and they're staying at a short-term rental that's on Seneca. Can we prohibit the person that's in the short-term rental from parking their vehicle on the public street because they're staying in a short-term rental, yet let the other 2 people that are doing other things allow them to
How
keep
would we
their.
know?
So,
Yeah.
not to argue with you,
Yeah.
but technically, yes, this is an application process. This is a short-term rental. You're granting, or you're getting them to register through an application process. It's a business, and so you can regulate parking in that way. It's different if it's a lease, because that's through the property code, and the person is not leasing or is not doing business with the city. They're simply renting a property, and the landlord may say, you can only have 2 vehicles. That's up to them in that sense. But they live there, they're residents.
Okay, so.
And so the limitation comes from the application process itself and the regulations, your ability to regulate that number, not necessarily parking itself. I think that's where you're we're
Yeah.
limiting parking as, what is a big point is the proof. Because when the person comes up to the property, your point is really being made to, how are we going to know whether it's coming from the short-term rental or the person next door or the person next door? So that's where really the problem comes in.
Right. So, but we wouldn't.
But
be,
it is a
But we,
I
but
don't
we
know
wouldn't
that-
be, we wouldn't be penalizing QT because somebody from there, though that we didn't authorize them to have parking that was not on their property. Because when QT went through their development process, the gas station, we didn't authorize for them to have parking on Seneca, right? But so I mean it gets into
I'm
a
not
complexity. So can we enforce that on certain types of businesses like short-term rentals, but then other types of businesses, say somebody's operating like a seamstress business out of their house, can we just completely ignore that and not regulate that parking and just regulate it only for certain types of businesses?
I mean, generally parking and all of that are regulated by how, where it is zoned. So you're not going to have a seamstress business, I don't think,
In an R1.
in your residential district. And so, I mean, you can have parking regulations. This is not per se, you're reading it as a parking regulation, but what you're doing is limited the amount of parking based on you being registered as a short-term rental facility. And
So the fine would go against the short-term rental owner and not against the
that's
person
right.
parking their
It's
vehicle?
based on your registration.
Okay.
And so, but what would be hard is, I think it was Orozo or someone talked about enforcement. That would be, kind of difficult to enforce.
Right. Okay, Melinda had her hand up, so I wanted to hear from you.
I just had an FYI for y'all.
Okay,
We do
great.
have regulations in the zoning code about home-based occupations. And so if you have a home-based occupation, you're allowed to have 1 patron at a time visit. I can't remember all of the regulations for that. But it does address how many employees you can have, how many cars can park, that sort of thing, how much signage you can have outside. And that's been in our zoning code forever. So
And
just to
not
let
been
you know.
challenged. Yeah, okay. Yes, Mr. We've been at this for an hour, so let's try to wrap it up.
I'm sure the comment was directed at my wife. She does have a home-based business. She is a seamstress, and she may have 1 customer a week that'll come and drop some stuff off, but it's not like she has a constant flow of traffic. It's maybe 1 or 2 a week, and when they do come, I'm typically at work, so they park in the driveway.
Okay.
So hasn't been an issue for 20 years.
Okay, great. So can we have some consensus here that Crystal will send us out this sheet, and
Y'all are going to redline your ordinance and you're going to.
and then you're gonna put it on the sheet? Okay, that's what
Yeah,
we
because
do.
I have a feeling some of y'all are going to either add more, not every box that's on here, like it says inspection I have a feeling y'all are going to have other additions to what's on here. And so just redline the ordinance, and I will attempt to put together some sort of,
And
like
what is
cost
that
tabulation.
deadline so that we can get it
That's
on the
up to
next?
y'all, whenever
Do
y'all
y'all
want
want to
this
do
back.
it for the next council meeting, or do you need more time?
As long as we can.
Go ahead.
My suggestion, as long as we can vote on this, I don't want to put it off and off and off. I'd like to get to the end of this so that if this is our first read, let's do the red line, let's come back, let's vote on, if it's individual ones that we need to vote on so that we can finish this.
That's, again, your prerogative. And so if y'all want it by the next council meeting.
We need it.
Then I need at least a couple of days to put together this kind of spreadsheet. We meet next Wednesday for the agenda.
That'll
so
be
I would need it
the
by
13th.
Friday.
Yeah.
I would need so, I mean, I know y'all want to get something passed, but if you're looking at doing it this way, I don't think you're going to be able to have these regulations on by your next agenda. Me and you meet next
Okay.
Wednesday on the agenda. So
We do.
everybody would have to redline it by Friday. And I would give me some time to put it in a spreadsheet, so me and you can meet on the agenda.
Okay, so
next
that
Wednesday.
means it would be the second meeting in October, because the first meeting is canceled.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Did you have something, Mr.?
Yeah, I was going to just
Stevens,
say,
'cause
I mean, I actually think a lot of us work a lot of hours every week, and I need a weekend to go through this and redline it. I don't know how my colleagues are, but it's kind of, it's not going to be a 10-minute process, if you know what I mean. And then the other, I was going to just ask you, can you, in addition to this chart, can you also include our actual redlined versions in the agenda packet, like all of ours?
And then I'd like to remember what Mr. Stevens had presented as well. Didn't you present something in March? Remember, you had all,
Yes, but his was like there was a lot more.
the
stuff,
tiered and stuff like that. Okay.
so
I mean,
you
I just thought that might be
It was,
interesting
it
to
was
see
actually
where
a
you're
lot.
coming
It was
from.
a lot less,
It
but there
was.
were 3 tiers,
Yeah.
and it was a less is more approach. But I can try to regurgitate that PowerPoint because it was never ordinance form, but
Yeah.
it was a PowerPoint.
I mean, again.
I don't know.
Okay, so you're
just-
taking the direction of what they've
Oh.
agreed on.
Okay,
So
never
what-
mind, never mind.
I
We'll just
need to
go
know
with
what
the
y'all
red
wanna
line.
do.
Okay, we'll
And
just
so
go
if
with the red
If
line.
you want me to put this together, I need your red line by Friday. I'm hearing from 2 of y'all that cannot happen, and so then the
wait till
next
October.
time, you're gonna have to wait to the second
Okay.
meeting in October.
right.
I vote to
there's
wait till
no
October.
way,
Okay.
because then half of y'all won't get me your red lines or ask me for an extension, and then it gives me like less than a day or 2 days to put it together before we meet on Wednesday.
Okay, so
17th?
That second Tuesday in.
the second Tuesday is what?
Oh, I see, because of the meeting.
What is that? CALEND. Is that the 17th? All right, so then that Friday before or the Wednesday before? Why don't we do the Wednesday before? Because we have another month, really. What do you
Yeah,
think?
that's, I mean, that's a little bit more flexibility, so if y'all get it to me that second Wednesday in
17th, let's
October,
see. Yeah.
then that will give me before we have to meet
Mhm.
that Wednesday before.
Why can't everyone get it to you by the end of September? I mean, we're here on the 5th, right? I
I'm
mean,
just
why do
giving-
you want to get all the way into October?
Again, I give y'all the latest possible date,
Mhm. Yeah.
always, because I'll get it done, I'll do it on a Saturday morning if I have to, which I've done, in order to accommodate y'all, because I work for y'all. Y'all schedule, y'all work, each of y'all work, and so I always wait to the very, very end. We meet on Wednesday, and so it gives me Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to kind of compile stuff, so I have it ready by then. So it's up to y'all, I mean.
I recommend that everyone have their red line to you by the end of September.
I agree with Counselor Campos, because that gives us a month, almost a month to complete this. If
Okay,
we can't do it.
that'll be I guess the 30th then, is the
You know,
last day of the month. Or
Crystal
the 20th.
spends so much time here at City Hall, and, I don't want to put her at the last minute, having to spend a weekend doing this, That's not right. She has to have a home life, a little bit of a home life.
So September 29th would be your deadline for your red line version. If you can get it to me by September 29th,
Okay,
whatever your red line
let's do it that
version
way.
is going to be.
All right.
And then I'll put together a spreadsheet and get it out to you.
Okay, excellent, thank you, really appreciate it. Okay, that was a good discussion. All right, moving then back to a regular agenda 7.1. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and enter into a contract with Ardura Engineering or other firm for professional consulting engineering services. And we have our Public Works Director, Melinda Moritz, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So this is to approve a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract with Ardura Engineering for professional consulting engineering services, and to allow the city manager to negotiate a contract with another engineering firm should negotiations with Ardura fail. So the professional engineering services are used by the Planning and Zoning Department for plan and plat reviews, zoning, impact fees, and floodplain development, and then, of course, by Public Works for capital improvements, street maintenance, and the rest. Request for qualifications was advertised for 30 days, and the city received responses from 10 firms. Each company's capabilities, competence, and qualifications were considered, and then references were checked. After the review, 3 companies were selected for interviews, and that was Ardura, Success Engineering, and then Bain Medina Bain. After careful consideration by that committee, it was recommended that the city select Ardura Engineering for the services required. They are also, of course, our current city engineer. If an agreement can't be made with Ardura, then the committee recommends Success Engineering as the second most qualified choice, and then Bain Medina Bain as the third. Under the Texas Government Code, whenever you're going to procure a professional engineer or architect, you have to first select the most highly qualified provider of those services on the basis of demonstrated competence, and then attempt to negotiate with that provider a contract at a fair and reasonable price. So it's a little different than a bid process. If a satisfactory contract cannot be negotiated, then you formally end negotiations with that provider, and then you select the next most highly qualified and attempt to negotiate a contract with that provider at a fair and reasonable price, and then it goes on down the line. The city manager will attempt to negotiate a contract with Ardura Engineering on the fees for the services. If that fails, then she would go on to formally end those discussions and take up with Success Engineering. Funds for engineering services are budgeted each year by the City Council in each of the departments. So staff recommends approval of the resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into contract negotiations with Ardura Engineering. And if that fails, then authorize the city manager to enter into contract negotiations with other engineering firms.
Okay, thank you. Melinda, how long have we had Ardura? And I know it was LVN or LNV before?
Yes, it was been since 2017.
2017.
Yeah.
Okay, and from 17 to the present, have their fees remained the same?
Yes.
Okay, and so when the manager, and you said all of these 3 top, they're all qualified. So now we're...
Actually, all 10 were very
all 10,
good.
okay.
We had really good responses from engineering.
So really the issue then now is fees. Is that right, with the manager?
First thing you have to do is pick the most highly qualified.
Okay,
And
and
so
you've
in the
you've
committee's
recommended.
opinion,
Uh-huh.
those were the top 3.
Mhm.
And then the city manager gets to negotiate the contract.
Okay. I'm just trying to envision how that works. You start off with what you have, and then you negotiate, and they want more because they haven't raised their fees in, 6 years or whatever, 8 years. So I'm just curious as to how that's going to go. And then if you reach an impasse, then you'll go to the next one, and then the next one after that. So, okay. And is this as I'm looking at the fees that we've paid them over the last 3 years, I got that information from Vicki. I think this is the highest contract, right? The highest paying contract. Well, I know, but I'm saying it's just it's
Without
higher than our
having-
city attorneys or anything like that. So I know you can't talk about fees, but I'm just saying this is
Without
the crux
having a
of it.
comparison between engineering firms, I couldn't even, I wouldn't even talk about it.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Sure. Without having, like when you pick a bidder, you know
Mhm.
what their price is because that's what they've put in their bid for.
Mhm.
And so you pick the lowest responsible bidder, and it's based on price and their
Mhm.
qualifications, of
Mhm.
course. But in engineering firms, you cannot do that. You have to pick what's best for the city.
Mhm. All right. So I understand. I mean, Ardura's been the engineer for since 17, so y'all have got a good relationship with them, and they're well qualified, as you said. Okay, Mr. Campos had his hands up first.
Hi, Melinda. So can you speak to what set Adura to be the most qualified provider, as opposed to 6S or whatever that, and
Bain
Medina.
Medina.
They have the most services available in their company. And so they don't have to go out and get a subcontractor very often. They do use a subcontractor like Terracon for certain things. But if you ask for an architect, they have it on staff. If you ask for surveying, they have them on staff. They already know our city very well because they have worked here for 6 years. And that does make a difference when you're talking about engineering, because they know where all the bodies are buried, basically.
So would you say that some of the scores are based upon your familiarity with Adura versus the other firms that you didn't have
Yes, sir.
experience with?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if that really qualifies Adura to be the top-rated firm, because I saw the scores, and some of them, Adura was scored 100. I don't know that I've ever seen that before. So that's my first comment. The second comment, Mayor, you asked whether the fees, have they gone up? But from what I'm understanding, it's a percentage-based fee on their estimate. So there was a project for water sewer that went to RAM 2 where they had a very high estimate. They get a percentage, and I won't say what their percentage is, but it was very high. And the bids came in 41% under that estimate, but their fee doesn't go down. So what I'm asking, if the consensus of the body here says we're going with Adura, then I think we need to figure out a different way of compensating Adura that takes into consideration their level of effort on a project versus a percentage based on their estimate what their fee is.
That would be a part of the negotiation of the contract.
Right. But we would want to have their hourly rates.
Right,
And
so you're speaking of one part of their contract. They give us rates for plan review, the other stuff that they do for us. Those are set rates or hourly rates for those. The percentage, that's typical in engineering firms. Ardura is not the only one that does that. And in looking at Ardura with those percentages, if you look at all of their projects that they do, sometimes they come in under. And so I did have the staff take a look at the percentages over the course of the project and over the projects that we've had with them. And so you're talking about one particular incident where they did come in a little bit over than what they were asking for. But in the course of all of their projects, we're ahead right now as far as the percentage cost of the project. And so, it's just a matter, again, when you're looking at qualifications, you really shouldn't be looking, they took experience into account. And yes, you when you're looking at requests for qualifications, you shouldn't necessarily just be looking at how the firm has participated, because the other firms haven't had the same participation with the city. And so yes, you shouldn't really be, but because all three firms were so highly qualified, they're all qualified. Melinda said that over and over again. And if y'all decide not to go with Ardura and you just want to pick somebody different just to pick somebody different, you can certainly do that. They're all qualified. So neither of us are going to buck you on changing that if you just want to change it. But because what set them apart, because again, you're comparing apples to apples here in qualifications, what set them apart is that what we know of them.
Yeah,
So
because you worked with them.
You're getting two of the very same thing, same qualifications, 3 large companies, actually we got 10, but you're getting with all the same qualifications, all the same degrees, same years of experience for the most part, same contractual work with municipalities, same. So what sets them apart is our ability to know what kind of work that they've done. So yes, you're absolutely right. You really shouldn't take that into account. You shouldn't take, but I guarantee you, SAWS, City of San Antonio, everybody, they always take a look at firms that they've done. Because if somebody did bad work for you, would you still rate them higher even though they had the same qualifications? No, you wouldn't. Because that would be in the back of your mind when these employees are rating these firms, there's going to be a subjective component when you rate them. And so you may not agree with their scores, but it does not make their scores wrong. It is a subjective score. And so until the law actually changes and gives very measurable terms to how you rate these projects, you're going to always have a subjective term when it comes to points in your criteria. And so, again, as I've told the council, it's my opinion, if you want to see a different firm, then you can pick a different firm so you can take a look that the cost is not going to change on how much you spend on your engineering firms. It's just not. The cost of engineering services is high. And so you can certainly take that approach this evening and recommend another firm.
But I would like to add, too, though, that even in SAWS procedurals, it states in there how well they know SAWS policies and procedures.
Agreed. But we have a $500 million program a year.
Yeah.
Okay? I understand how the pricing goes. I sign those contracts all the time. Okay? I'd like to see the analysis of how you broke even, as well as their hourly rates. Because I'm telling you that we do not.
We can't pick on that. I can't show you their hourly rates.
I'm going to show you a source.
You could ask her to negotiate.
Right, exactly.
A contract.
Exactly.
But that doesn't have to do with what the council.
I'm not trying to low bid this.
I know, but that can't have anything to do with the council's decision tonight on whom you pick to negotiate.
No, I'm giving direction on how they're going to negotiate. Okay, and also I'd like to see, if you're. Again, we don't do any percentage of an engineer's probable cost. We just do not, okay? It's a level of effort on a project, and that's what I'd like to see in the negotiations, okay?
Mr. Martinez.
I just have one comment. In the way this item is styled on here, we have the choice of 3 different firms, and I really don't like the way it's styled, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and enter a contract with Adora Engineering or other. That Adora Engineering shouldn't even be in the styling of this, because I think it gives preference.
It does. You have to make a selection this evening.
Yeah, but it shouldn't. Adora shouldn't be highlighted. It should be broad.
But that's who we're recommending.
That's who you're recommending.
Well, that's something different, but it shouldn't be styled in our agenda. That's all my comment.
Okay, you have to put a person that you are selecting.
Sure, I understand that.
On the agenda wording.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Stevens.
We don't have to talk about specific dollar amounts, but we know we spend an awful lot on engineering. It's like probably the main thing in our budget if you really line itemed it out. And so this decision is important. That being said, not to get into money, but this is the biggest, or one of the biggest expenses that we have as a city. And I completely agree with Councilman Campos. I think we need to get away from the percentage thing when we go into negotiations. SAWS has, it seems like they have like a kind of like insurance. It reminded me of like what I've heard from the insurance industry, like for a vehicle, like if you get in a car crash or whatever, and they have set amounts for certain procedures. They know about how many hours that should take you to do a certain objective. And I think that's how it should be, because these percentage based, it incentivizes them to over anticipate a larger expense than it really is. Like that's just the reality of it, is that if they overbid something, that they're going to make more money, even when the contractors come in for 41% less or whatever. I trust y'all with the with your recommendation and such. I do think that we should just take this seriously. I also, just from the very beginning, I don't think that we should have what's the word to use? An exclusive contract with one engineering firm. I think that we should leave it open and always have the ability to say, Ardura, that's just too much. Like, we want to go find X and Y company. And I know that we have done that for things that Ardura doesn't specialize in, but I'd like to see it for things that even Ardura does specialize in, where we have that ability to back out and say, we think y'all you're overshot this project. I think we can get it for a lot cheaper, and then go to, the next firm down the road, because, I don't know if we're allowed to do that, but it makes sense to me, just,
We
you know,
are?
from a
We
non-government
are. I thought
standpoint.
it had to be
Done
exclusive.
that before. We had a rotating
I
engineering
remember that
list.
years ago, yeah, but a whole slew of them. But was
Had
that
30.
Yeah, that was a little
Very hard to manage.
hard to manage. It's, yeah,
The
exactly.
problem with doing that, number one, I can call the engineering company that is our city engineer and say, hey, here's your task for the day. I need a surveyor over here, or we need to start working on your 7 street maintenance, right? Give me your scope and fee for those projects. If I go with a list of engineers, then I have to, and keep in mind, we don't have a staff. It's myself and David Dimmeline, that's it. I don't have a whole committee like the technical part of your procedures and directives say that you have to get this technical committee together. I can't do that every time. And so my fear when we had that rotating list, and maybe it was because there was too many on it, was that I was going to accidentally pick one over the other a lot more, and then have that another company come back and say, hey, where's my fair shot? And so I was constantly on pins and needles going, okay, wait a minute now, who did I give this one to? All right, now we're going to give, okay, he's good at traffic, so let's take that one for traffic. Or, ooh, who's the best for floodplain? Okay, we're going to take that one. It's just a lot easier to have one company that does it all and is qualified to do all of those tasks at one time. I don't mind doing it as long as you don't put 30 on the list again.
Right. How long of a contract are you recommending?
So you
I didn't see it in here.
You have not looked at engineering contracts since 2017. And so, again, I've been recommending 3-year agreements.
3
We
years.
ought to be looking at 3-year agreements. Again, that'll be part of the negotiation. What I'm hearing is y'all don't want percentage based. That's fine. You can go back and negotiate, you know, level of effort over percentage based. Is there anything else that you would like to see in the contract in comparison to what we have now? Like to see a little bit different. We will have some flat hourly rates for plan reviews and those kinds of things that we do daily, like in the planning and zoning department. So we'll be able to take a look at those. And I do have comparables. I know in the sense that I can ask other cities what they're being charged.
Right, that's
for
what I'd
those
like
costs.
to see, yeah.
That isn't, I mean, again, like I'm, the way it's worded is kind of funny, but I'm the one negotiating that contract. And so,
Well, one of the advantages that I can see with Ardura is just you've had them here for 6 years. There's no learning curve. I mean, if you hired the other two, then there's going to be, I mean,
Success
is that true?
Engineering
Is that
did
not
work
true?
for us before.
I'm sorry?
Success Engineering.
Oh, they did?
They're the ones who did the Evers Road Bridge.
Success, you mean 6S?
6S. yes.
Okay,
that's Jeff Swing.
right,
They
just
did
swing, yeah.
the
hike and
first
bike.
reiteration of the hike and bike trail. They did
right.
the Evers Road Bridge, and they did our first
Oh,
street
okay.
ranking.
All right, so he's got, that particular engineer has boots on the ground experience, but the other one doesn't, Bain,
No, but
Medina,
we've
and
worked
Bain.
with them through other things. They didn't work for the city of Leon Valley, but their reputation is very well known.
They're big in the MPO. They get a lot of
That's where I
contracts
met
over
'em.
there. I wonder why. But anyway, anyone else over here? Mr. Orozco, Mr. Bradshaw, before I move back to second round over here. Mr. Campos, go ahead, please.
Would you entertain having 3 firms? 2 firms?
It's whatever y'all want.
I'm
keep
just,
it down.
keep it down.
So what we're gonna you have to pick a city engineer. I need somebody that's gonna do planning and zoning, the day-to-day tasks that we need done. And so for larger projects, and you can set the dollar amount, projects over $100,000, we can ask the 3 engineering companies if that's something y'all want to do. I would prefer a larger dollar amount because we get a lot of these. Crystal, can we do a traffic study? I don't want to be going to 3
That's
engineers for a
$15,000.
traffic study. Like they're not going to be that as far as
Right.
cost difference. I just don't think you're going to get that. But if you want to set a dollar amount, like $100,000 dollar amount for a project for us to take a look at 3 engineering, I think that's pretty reasonable. I think that's, you know, we can list all 3 for projects over 100,000. I would be open to that.
How often do we have projects over 100,000?
Quite a bit. We did this year. We did the
Hike and bike. Street
we
maintenance.
did hike and bike. We did street maintenance, the Wurzbach Road sewer line, and then
The flood control
flood
project.
control.
Yeah.
I have 11 projects going on right now.
Yeah.
So you do have them, and that's where the majority of your cost was for Ardura. So if you take a look at your last 3 years, if you want to look at costs, it's kind of hard to do comparison because you've done some really big projects that you've gotten grants for but y'all voted on that. But all grants require the city to pay for the engineering services for that. And so if y'all wouldn't have selected those grants, you wouldn't have expended those funds. If that makes sense. If you wouldn't have, so we're required, right.
What we get back is so important.
Right,
Yeah.
but you're getting grants for $2 million, so the engineering costs are absolutely, especially when it's percentage based, you're gonna be higher in costs. So that's why so to say, yes, you're spending that on our Dura group, you would have been spending that with any engineering firm with projects that large.
Well, and the other thing is too, we charge our developers the fees. So if it's having to do with planning and zoning and building and all those good things, that's reimbursable. So you're not out the money for those.
Okay.
You're just out the money on public works projects, basically.
Right. Okay. Mr. Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. And when you have a rotating shift like that, they are going to come back at you and say, hey, you're not being fair and equitable, regardless of what you give them.
I managed to skate through that for 3 years,
Yeah,
and
so
not
that's going to
one of
happen
them
because
came back.
they're going to say, well, you gave this company a bigger project than you gave mine. You're paying them $90,000, you pay me $30,000. So it's going to come back, whether you're trying to be as fair as possible, it's going to come back because they're not making as much money as the other person is. With that said, and this is just a negotiation, guys. And she can look into this, negotiate with them, and then come back with what she finds. If that's the case, I'd like to make a motion on 7.1, authorizing the city manager to go into negotiations and come back with the findings.
With Arduro?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I'll second that.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to authorize the city manager to negotiate and enter into a contract with Arduro Engineering for professional engineering services. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
I know we had a representative from S6 earlier here today, but I would have really liked to have seen a representative from all three companies.
We told them we were having this discussion this evening.
I told them that because it was still, would have to be negotiated, that the decision would not be final tonight, that they didn't have to come. But I did notify all of them that we were here.
Yeah, okay.
It's a negotiation, and she can come back with her findings, and that's all.
Dr. Caldera, do you think you'd have something for the next meeting?
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
I mean,
Just thought I'd ask.
I don't know.
Angawa, you will continue to work.
Yeah, no, I just don't, I really don't know. I'm going to reach out to some of the other cities and get some copies of their engineering contracts and see how it compares to ours and what they're looking at, and kind of do a cost comparison before I go into the negotiation.
Sounds good. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you very much and good luck, Dr. Caldera. I know you'll do a good job. All right, next on agenda 7.2, presentation, and we do have a public hearing and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 15 zoning, Division 6, Section 15.02.306, R1 Single Family Dwelling District to allow accessory buildings in the side yard. This is a first read, so we won't vote tonight. And we have Mindy Teague, our Planning and Zoning Director, here to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Yes.
So the purpose is to consider amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15 Zoning, Division 6, the R1 Single Family Dwelling, to remove a code conflict regarding accessory buildings and within a side yard. So staff received a request from a citizen in an R1 Single Family District to construct a swimming pool in the side yard with his new home. Pools are considered accessory structures for plan review and inspections unless stated otherwise in our code, which is it does not. After review of the code, it was determined that the request would be denied because of the conflict. So our current code language states that accessory buildings shall be allowed and be located no closer than 5 feet from any property line and must, it says must, be located within the rear yard. In no case should an accessory building occupy more than 30% of the total open space. But then it also states that no setback shall be required for accessory buildings located within a side yard and rear yard. And for B as well, it states side yard and rear yard. So the proposed code amendment for Chapter 15, Zoning Division 6, is accessory buildings shall be allowed, but shall be located no closer than 5 feet from any property line and must be located in side and rear yards to remove that conflict. And in no case shall an accessory building occupy more than 30% of the total open space in the rear yard and may not be located in the front yard. At the September 22nd meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of this amendment. And there's your C statement. And do you have any questions?
So my understanding from Dr. Caldera is that because you did find this conflict, that this is more of a cleanup
Correct.
of our code.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And this
so-
is not accessory dwellings, this is accessory structures. just to be
Accessory
clear.
structures. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
very good. Any questions for Ms. Teague? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
Just your one sentence that says.
Oh, and I've got a public hearing that I need to open up, so let me do that. Excuse me. Go ahead.
You want me to
Go
go?
ahead.
Just go ahead?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Ask your question,
You just
but I just
mentioned
don't want to forget.
30% of the open space in the rear yard with no exceptions, but you're not counting, you're allowing it in the side yard, but you're not counting that 30%. Shouldn't that be 30% of the rear or side yard?
Okay.
It would be silly to require 30% open space in a side yard. If you look at the other zoning districts for like R6 and R7, you have a 5-foot side setback. That's it. So your whole building takes up that side yard. What they're trying to protect is open space in the rear yard. So this basically just removes the conflict, but it leaves that open space regulation for the rear yard.
Unless somebody has a house, or they bought 2 lots and the house is on 1 lot, and now they have this extra lot on the side that's going to be their side yard, and they want to pool there.
You could make another regulation. We'd have to take it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
I'm just asking because, you know, that could come up. In fact, that was the case here. They wanted to put the swimming pool in the side yard.
Yes, but he's only got like 10, 15 feet towards his side yard setback. So he'll be leaving 5 feet. Yeah.
Okay. This does require a public hearing, so let me go ahead and open up the public hearing at, let's see what time, it's at 9 o'clock. All right. Is there anyone in our chambers that would like to address this agenda item at this time? Please come forward. Okay, seeing no one, then we'll close the public hearing at 9 o'clock. And there is, this is the first read. We can put it on the consent agenda.
Mayor,
Yes.
also I'd like to mention, I didn't put it in
Oh,
my
okay.
PowerPoint, but the fire department and BB Inspections, we did go to them and ask them how they felt about this, and they approved it as well.
Oh, okay, so the fire department and the building inspector approved it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, excellent. All right, very good. So is this the consensus to put it in the consent agenda for the next meeting? Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mindy. Do appreciate it. Moving then to 7.3, presentation and discussion to consider an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 1.09, Parks and Recreation, Division 2, Use Regulations, Section 1.09.034, Additional Prohibited Uses and Activities to add a subsection H, prohibiting smoking in the Huebner Onion Natural Park area, HONAP, and this is the first read as required by the Home Rule Charter. And Ms. Mortz, you're here to present. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So the Huebner Onion Natural Area Park is an area with many trees and other vegetation that has been left in its natural state, and it's frequently overgrown. The fire break that's over there, it's maintained only along the perimeter where the park abuts improved properties, and it's only for 50 feet. The rest of the area is not watered, and the vegetation dies during times of drought, which leaves it vulnerable to fire. So the new subsection would read, smoking or possessing a burning tobacco, weed, or other plant product, or any lighted burning pipe, cigar, or cigarette of any kind, or smoking equipment or device is prohibited in the Huebner Onion Natural Area Park. There's your view of your park. Fiscal impact fires are costly. At the August 10th Park Commission meeting, they recommended approval of the amendment to this ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yesterday, my husband and I were in the natural area. We're there probably about 3 times a week. We picked up 32 cigarette butts in the 0.8 mile track around. We just were curious because we always see the cigarettes. So and then I sent Dr. Caldera, the grass is brown. It is brittle. There it is. And it's real close to the houses. And I just fear for a fire, and you can see the housings back there. But, as you walk into the natural area, we have that sign, and that's what got me thinking. On that sign it says, don't feed the deer, I think, no dogs. I can't remember all the different, but those strips. Could we just put no smoking?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Because, I know it's going to be hard to enforce, but I think people are respectful. When I think about the burial grounds of Joseph Hebner, we've had that up, and people have been real respectful.
Well, I think what
of
would
that.
help too is if we put up something that says high fire danger,
Yes.
because it really is a high fire danger in
and
there.
with all these fires in the country, in the world, it could happen. So I'd appreciate consideration for that. Yes,
Thank you,
Councilor
Mayor. Can you go
Roscoe.
back a couple of panels here? To the first one I think that you came up with. Go back one more. Okay. And they smoking or processing or burning tobacco or weed, is that cannabis that you're talking about?
Any weed you want to smoke?
Weed is a 70s terminology. You can just put cannabis or something, whatever.
Oh, you want to change that to cannabis?
Sure.
Okay.
It just kind of.
That's not, well.
That's not where you guys were going with that, but.
No, my mother used to smoke clove cigarettes a long time ago. I don't
Mhm.
even know if they sell them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Bugler. Right.
Or maybe a scientific word for weed, because it is, there are different, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
I was just thinking off the top of my head.
Okay.
There are different types of smokable weeds that are not cannabis. So I don't know.
That's no good. Okay, well, that's fine.
Come up with a scientific word for it, maybe?
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Yes, Mr. Stevens.
I just wanted to, going along with Mr. Orozco's, this does not include synthetic products like,
Vaping?
very refined crack cocaine and fentanyl and stuff like that. But I think I actually support this. I don't know how it'll be enforced exactly, but I will tell you, we went out of town this last weekend, and we were driving back on I-10, and there was, on the other side of the highway, there was, those trailers that are carrying like 18 bales of hay, like all of them. Well, we saw the smoke coming, and apparently we assumed somebody probably threw a cigarette out of their car and lit one of the dry bales of hay on fire that was on the back of a truck, and it started dropping bales of hay. It lighted like 3 cars on fire on the highway, and then they had the road blocked off. But it was a disaster, and it just goes to show that like it's so easy for dry grass or dry hay to be ignited, and in this environment we're having.
Well, I was going to say it helps because you have the rules there. So when we see people with dogs in the natural area, we can say, hey, excuse me, there's no dogs allowed. And so they're very nice, and they say, oh, we didn't know that.
Well, I would put something
Yeah.
that says high fire
Yes.
danger, because it's
So-
crispy fried brown in there right now.
Oh, yeah,
Take one
exactly. And picking up 32 cigarette butts was like, we got a problem. So, okay, anyone else? Okay, so consensus is to put it in the consent for the next meeting. All right, thank you. That'd be great. Thank you so much, Melinda. Next, 7.4, presentation and discussion on an ordinance authorizing the amendment of the general fund budget for fiscal year 2022-2023. And this is regarding Earthwise Living Day. Thank you,
Correct.
Ms. Miranda, for being here.
All right, thank you, Council Mayor. Here to consider approval of ordinance of a budget adjustments on behalf of the Earthwise Living Day Committee. Council's being asked to consider adjusting in the amount of $3,322.91 from the general fund to purchase promotional items for the upcoming Earthwise Living Day. Usually Earthwise Living Committee buys thermal bags, giveaways, promotional items of that nature. This past Earthwise Living Day event, they collected $41.50 from vendor booth rental fees and sponsorships. They expended $35.2709 for their supplies and general event little operations. As you see here is a breakdown. The city does budget $2,700. Their expenses were $35.27. If you add the sponsorships, the fund balance would be $33.2291. Oops, where'd it go? And there's your C statement.
Thank you, Crystal. I just wanted to add that this is more of a logistics type. The committee didn't have enough time to decide on what promotional items to order them and get them back by the end of the fiscal year, September 30th. And so that is one of the reasons to carry it over. Is that correct?
Correct. Well, we do need to purchase it. And at the last meeting, we did have an action to purchase the bags. So that's what I was going to.
Are we going to get them in before the 30th? Oh, we are. Oh, okay. All right. So that's why I thought we.
So the banner update, because it has to change every year for the date. And then the thermal bags.
Okay.
That's what
All
we
right.
use
Well, good.
the 33 amount for.
Okay. Excellent. All right. So, any other questions? So, general consensus to put it on the consent for the next time. Okay. Thank you, Crystal. Do appreciate it. All right. Next is our favorite topic of the evening. 7.5, conduct a public hearing for the City of Leon Valley on the proposed budget 2023-2024. Dr. Caldera.
You're gonna open the public hearing?
I'll open up the public hearing at 9:09, and I don't know if we have anyone in our chambers that would like to address the council at this time. Please come forward. The important way we fund our city government. Okay, I see no one, and so we'll close the public hearing at 9:09. All right. So we'll move then to agenda 7.6, discussion and possible action on an ordinance approving and adopting fiscal year 2023-2024 budget and associated capital acquisition plan. The first read was held on June 20th, 2023, so we are able to vote on this budget item this evening, and at your places there is an actual budget adoption that we have to read into the record, and it is a recorded vote, so we'll have to go one by one. So just FYI.
Yes.
Dr. Caldera, if
Hi.
you'll continue.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
So I'm not going to go through each of the slides. We've seen the budget about 100 times at this point. But again, I'm going to go over the changes for the first round and just kind of go over where we're at now. We did delete the $75,000 in tech for Microsoft Office. We deleted the .gov and we added the 3,000 outdoor patio fans at the library. The general fund items that were removed from the police department were $65,000 for a detective vehicle, and the other $65,000 was moved to the traffic safety. This hasn't been updated, but we added the UTV back in the fire department and deleted the Venahood instead. We deleted the covered parking and the MIH person. In the public works department, we deleted the boom truck and the ATV. In special events, you deleted the 28,000 Jazz Festival. In parks, you deleted the 20,000 merry-go-round, $100,000 dog park, and $107,000 hike and bike. Into your library, you deleted your circulation desk and your library hotspots. Your municipal court credit card fees, we did reduce those by $10,000. You reduced your retainer for TML as well as printing. Again, we took out the $72,000 for information technology, and then we took out, we reduced planning and zoning by $84,000 as well as engineering services. We reduced animal boarding and repairs and maintenance.
I took out Lexi Pool in the fire department, and we reduced the repairs and maintenance in the fire department by 20,000. Your public works, we reduced contractual by 10,000, PPE by 8, and repairs and maintenance external by 30. A lot of these items, like the repairs and maintenance external and public works, was to redo the flooring. Your flooring is coming up. If you just go in the back of like where court is at, all the flooring is popping out. All the flooring PD is coming undone, as well as in the fire department. So we're just going to leave it and for now, and so we won't be doing that for next year. Your parks as undefined material, reduce that by 10,000, and we deleted your. It would be a full-time.
It's a full-time, yeah.
But it's full-time person. And then we deleted the $150,000 backhoe. So I do want to go over this. You have, at the end of this budget year, you will have $2.8 million in capital fund reserve plus $1,000 in emergency fund.
$1 million.
I'm sorry, $1 million.
I thought, not 1,000.
$1 million in emergency fund.
Yeah.
So your estimated total is $3.8 million. So when you take a look at your quarterly investment report, when you look at June, because this conversation came up earlier, there was a couple of things in that quarterly investment report that hadn't been reflected yet. You hadn't reflected your capital projects would be credited because we didn't do the budget adjustment for the fire truck yet. So that item would be debited $1.4 million. As well as in your ARPA funds, that would have not been, I think it shows 1 point something. It is now sitting at 746,000. So your total, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is because I had a conversation with Mr. Campos, and so I want y'all to understand this 3.8 is what you will actually have. And so when you take a look at your quarterly investment report, it looks like sometimes you have more money, but you also were showing a negative in your general fund. And the way we do pooled cash, and so what we do is we invest all of your money into tax pool until we need it. And so your entire budget, your $15 million budget, sits in tax pool, and we move it over as those line items are that we require. So we gain the amount in interest. We do budget for that interest as a revenue source for the upcoming year, and so that is in your revenues as we go through the budget. And so when you take a look at June, when y'all looked at June, some of those things had not been reflected yet because y'all haven't done those budget adjustments. And so, but at the end of the day, what you should have sitting as available funds is $3.8 million.
Okay.
So again, you have 1 month of emergency fund and 3.2 months of operating income. We did this budget based on 0.48, and then your operating revenue at 13 million 5, which is an increase from last year by 1.2. Again, we're sitting at 1.8. Your total operating expenditures is 14 million. Your major of your increase to this is your personnel, I'll say, and your hike and bike trail. Your capital expenditures is 2.6, and out of that 2.6, 1.9 is your hike and bike. Okay, so if you take a look, here's your general fund summary, and as I mentioned at the last meeting, your total revenue is sitting at 15, and your total expenditures is sitting at 16.9. However, 2.689 is your capital outlay. Your ending fund balance will be sitting again at $2.8 million. And so if you take a look, this is just a breakdown of all your revenues. This is your ad valorem tax sitting at 5.4 and your sales tax at 3.7. Again, when you take a look at your revenue sources for the city of Leon Valley, the majority of your revenue comes from ad valorem tax. The next item is your sales tax. So those are your two vital veins to the city in regards to your revenue
And
sources.
the percentage that you estimated it for next year to increase, like 3%? Or?
We did it at a roughly 3%. If you take a look at what we've been providing you as far as your sales tax reports, we're starting to level out. If you take a look at that, and if you look at last month, we were also lower than what we kind of predicted, or where we were at last year. But we're still sitting good. We had a good start to the beginning of the year, so we'll hit our marks in our sales tax, for the remainder of the year. The legislature did pass a couple of items, and so one of the items on there is not taxing, I forget what it's called, family goods, and so it's feminine products, diapers, wipes. There's some items on there, and HEB is one of our larger generating sources. So I do think you'll see impact on that. Some of those products are sold at like QT and some of your gas stations, Walgreens. So I do think you'll have a small impact in your sales tax next year. And so we were pretty conservative in that estimation for this upcoming year. So we estimated roughly about 3% increase.
Okay, thank you.
Again, this is just the breakdown of the revenue for next year, and we just break down like all of our franchise fees.
And you were saying that we should get Google next year,
Yes.
or
We
this
actually
next
got
year.
our first check from Google.
Oh, did
we
you?
We won't update this.
Okay.
But that made up for a couple of months that they owed us. So it came in like about 33,000, I think it
Okay.
is. But we
Great.
should be averaging about like 8,000 or 9,000.
Okay, very good, thank
And
you.
so in next year's budget, you will see that added as a
Okay,
as an
thank you.
item. Let's see. These are just a breakdown of your other kind of revenue sources. These are your grants and your miscellaneous interest. This is where we put the interest and income. That's where the 305 is at.
Is that 100,000 is miscellaneous?
No, I'm saying your interest, when we were talking about the quarterly investment report.
Yeah, oh, there,
When I talk
okay,
about
305.
interest, that's where.
How about that 100,000 in miscellaneous? What does that reflect?
Oh, I told you what that was
I
last
know,
time,
I
and
can't
I don't
remember.
remember.
I didn't write it down. Okay.
Let me get back to you.
Okay, yeah,
I'll know what
we'll
it
talk
is.
tomorrow.
Or it may come to me
Yeah,
between now and the
okay,
end.
thank you.
Let me see here. Municipal court, again, you don't see many changes here. The biggest change you're going to see is in your personnel costs. Same thing with your finance department. I'm kind of could just go breeze through this really quickly. Get to your capital, which is your server for 15,000. Information technology. This is a fairly new account. Again, you'll be taking a look at personnel costs as well as contractual services. Your police department as well. You're sitting fairly well. But again, you have your personnel costs in here, but we did delete these vehicles and we moved 2 of them over into your traffic safety, or moved 1 of them into your traffic safety. Impound lot is sitting okay. We'll be having 1 more impound or 1 more auction by the end of this fiscal year, so we should be
Oh,
doing
good, okay.
impound. Fire department, same thing. Personnel costs are doing well. Again, we switched this out. It won't be the Venahood, it'll be the UTV. Your public works department, again, is fine. You're sitting about 1.7 in your personnel costs. We deleted the boom and the ATV. We kept the Bruce boom, sidewalks, and the crack steel trailer. Planning and zoning is fine as well. Economic development is sitting fine. Special events, again, we moved the Jazz Festival, but we kept 4th of July in there. And as you can see, we budgeted 99,000 in here, and we budgeted the other 30,000 in your economic development department. And we did take out the Jazz Festival. Here are your parks. Your sprinkler systems, we did leave them in. We're going to be paying that out of tree mitigation fund, as well as adding about 107,000 to do the El Verde, or not El Verde, the LC-17 project, sprinklers for those trees back there. We did budget for your hike and bike. Here is your library. Now your library, we will be reducing, they will be closed Sunday, Monday, but we are looking at extending their hours. What it looks like right now is we're going to move 1 hour in either direction. So on Tuesday, instead of opening up at 10, they will open up at 9, and instead of closing at 7, they will close at 8. So whatever the schedule is now, there'll be an hour off on either side. It's easier for us to add hours in a day that's already on versus adding 2 extra days. You got to bring people in. So we will be doing some library hour adjustments. Saturday, when we took a look at door counts, we could see that you have, instead of opening at 10 to 2, we'll be opening from like noon to 4. So it's still a 4-hour span, but what we're seeing is more people were starting to come in at around noon at the library.
Okay.
And so instead of opening at 10, we'll open at noon on Saturday till 4, because we saw that people, you had their high traffic area in those last 2 hours. So we made some library adjustments. So there's library, I call them extended hours because you're reducing days, but you're extending them the days that you're open. Not by a lot, an hour on either side, but you'll be closed 2 days at the library. We deleted the circulation desk. Your enterprise funds, your revenues are sitting at 5.2, operating expenses at 3.7. We do transfer out for debt 105,000. We transfer out for personnel costs of 1.3, and your capital sitting at 914. Your water, sewer, and stormwater fund budget is operating at 5.2 million on your revenue side. If you go take a look at your bottom line, your ending fund balance is $2 million. On your water fund, your expenses are totaling 1.7, and your capital is sitting at 50,000 for an excavator, 250,000 for water main replacement, and 140,000 for water rights. This is your sewer. Your expenses are totaling in about 2.7. You have 250 for replaced sewer mains, and then we're using the remaining ARPA funds for the Warsbach project. This is your stormwater. Your expenses are about 175,000. We move on to red light cameras. Your ending fund balance here after we've bought all the capital, personnel is sitting about 259,000. And just as a reminder, we didn't spend anything last year. The legislation did not pass, so I went ahead and made those expenditures in this year's budget. But again, that's something you may want to consider during next budget cycle. If y'all are going to go out for that legislative change again, then my recommendation would be to hold steady for 1 year and kind of see what that looks like. Again, your red light camera, your expenditures are totaling 1.5. This is your traffic safety. And what we're buying out of the traffic safety is your command vehicle, Jaws of Life, in-car camera system, 3 patrol vehicles, and the school zone motherboard. You also just recently did a budget adjustment of $74,000 for the armband for the Huebner school zone. Your American Rescue, this is what you have. You will have nothing ending at the end of the year after you buy your ambulance and your Warsbach sewer main project. Crime Control Prevention, we've already gone over this evening. Community Center, operating revenues is sitting at about 155,000. Your expenditures are 156, and you're spending 60,000 in capital. Again, your capital is your conference center kitchen for 60,000. And we say kitchen, but it's going to be like a kitchenette. You have your street maintenance tax fund. Your ending fund balance here will be 633,000. Your special revenues, I just kind of go over them fairly quickly, is your grant fund is about 2,800. Your LEOS fund is 5,000. Building security is about 18,000. We use it for court bailiff. Child safety is sitting about 14. We spend about 5.9. That's your school crossing guards. Municipal court technology is 19. We spend about 15. Normally it's ticket writers, those kinds of things. Debt services, you spend your revenue is 687,000 and your expenditures is 687. Police forfeiture is sitting at 253. Capital is video servers 54,000, copiers 8,000, 2 patrol vehicles at 130, and 1 undercover police vehicle at 60 is what you're spending out of your forfeiture fund for your police. So next year we do have your merit included. Some of the things that council did really well, and I'll be meeting with the staff over the next couple of days. We do open enrollment. I kind of take that time to kind of go over the budgeted changes for next year. But some of the good things that y'all did for the staff this year, again, we always have TMRS, but y'all did up certification pay for Public Works by $10. You increased their boot allowance. It's been $100 for over 20 or 30 years. I don't know if you've gone boot shopping for boots lately. For steel-toe boots, you can't get a decent pair for $100. So we did up that to $220, I think, this year. You upped the uniform allowance for the police department. They get paid right now $700 in uniform allowance. That went up to $1,000 this year. Just buying a belt and the stuff when you first come on, that all comes out of pocket for them. And so we get them their uniform allowance. Fire department gets about $700, but we buy their bunker gear and all that out of the regular budget, so we only went up $30 for them. But the police department have to buy all of their own equipment, so we had to up their uniform allowance. We call it uniform, but it's everything on their persons they have to purchase. For the fire department, we purchase all their major expenses. But there's no cost of living this year, and we did fund the longevity.
I just wanted to ask, with this personnel cost, the way you have it listed, will we still be competitive?
Yes, so what you should be doing is taking a look at your market every 2 years because the market doesn't change that drastically. Y'all made some huge market adjustments last year with your budget cycle. I took a look. I pulled like fire and police to kind of just take a look. You're sitting pretty well with the 2% merit.
Okay.
You're sitting okay with entry level officers and with your longtime staff. You're sitting okay. We did make some adjustments for the department directors. For some of them, not all of them. Wherever we saw that was under market, we did that benchmark, and I provided that to you
That's
way
right.
early on
Yeah.
in the budget cycle. We use the same cities. Y'all like to look at Alamo Heights, Universal City, and I forgot who the third city is. Y'all like to look at those as comparables.
Maybe Live Oak.
Maybe it was Live Oak. And so we use the same comparables. I provided that to y'all. So we did make some adjustments on some of the department head salaries. So y'all did do those things this year for the staff, and so we'll be expressing that at our upcoming meetings. Now, when we take a look next year, because it'll be year 2, we'll do another market study. The only problem, not the problem with that, but what y'all will also be doing simultaneously with that is your staff utilization. So you'll be taking a look at pay as well as taking a look at either reorganization, if that's what they recommend, staff additions, and it may not be the following year that they're recommending staff additions, but they may be recommending, well, in 5 years you need to add X, Y, Z. So that's something that y'all will need to consider in your next budget cycle is going to be important.
Okay. Crystal, something that we've gotten before, and I'm hoping we'll get it when we have it, and that's what each suburban city's tax rate is, and if they gave a cost of living increase.
Well, y'all are voting on the budget, so we're already there.
No, I just meant not tonight, but I'm saying in the future when everybody gets that. I don't know. I always like to see where we fall.
So normally when we talk salaries, I do give y'all that, and so I did for the department directors. I didn't do a salary survey this year to take a look at individual. But normally I do give you the breakdown as far as your taxes goes, like who has what in the tax rate. We do give you that spreadsheet because we just download it from the county and we send that to y'all. But if I come across one that somebody's done, I'll be more than happy to forward that to you.
Yeah, I know. We talked. If y'all been looking at the paper, they have to publish their rates, and I was just making a comment to Dr. Caldera. None of the suburban cities that I've seen are adopting the no new revenue. It's always above that, but below the voter approval rate. Nobody is going with the no new revenue that I've seen this year in the paper. So just FYI, but thank you.
So again, we funded health insurance. We don't cover dependent care coverage for the employees, and y'all did fund retirement at 19.86. For the Christmas holidays, we'll be closed from December 22nd till Monday, January the 1st. We've already discussed that, and so we will not be adding Juneteenth. And then again, because we had some conversations early on in the year, we didn't fund any additional personnel anywhere. This budget's the same amount of personnel this year as you have next year. And then we did take over the LC-17 project, and that's not funded here, so it's just going to be put on the Public Works mowing cycle, and so it just gets added to their workload. And so when y'all get calls that Bandera Road's overgrown or it's overgrown, and we do three to four mow zones, and so as we get to our mow zone, that's when we'll get to it. So just so y'all know, when y'all do get those calls or complaints, it's in a mow zone, it's on a schedule, and we'll get to it as soon as we can. So the next thing on your list is you will have your public hearing you're going to talk about your tax rate tonight, but you'll actually have your public hearing and your second read on your tax rate on the next agenda, which is the 15th, and you have to adopt it that night. And that concludes the budget presentation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Any questions from the council? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
To be honest,
thank you, Crystal, for your efforts and all of the staff. I mean, it's a team effort here. Okay, go ahead.
To be honest, I really don't like the budget. It is this year we have a bare bone budget, and for next year we have even a barer bone budget. We have cut and cut and cut. And then with the Stevens 20% tax deduction, it's going to be a little bit okay this year, but starting next year and the following year, it's really going to hit us. One thing that I noticed going through the budget is we cut quite a few items, and the city manager, Crystal Caldera, went through all the items that we cut, and those total up to $700,000 worth of stuff. And moving forward, how do we fund those items? Where does the money come from? That comes from our reserve fund. So, right now, we're going to have, with this bare bone budget, we're going to have, I believe, $200,000. So, right now, you can see we don't even have any money for the future budgets. And during the year, I know there's going to be budget adjustments for different items that come up. And where are we going to get the money to fund that? We just don't have the money. Really, we need to find a way, and the next item that comes up is our tax rate. And from the slide from the 15th of August PowerPoint presentation, to fund the 2024 general fund budget, we are proposing a tax rate of 0.0500397 cents per hundred. This is from a month ago. And now it's back to the 0.48. We really, next year, if we want to stay competitive, and we have the budget work, or the funding that the study we're going to propose to do, staff utilization fund, and we don't know what that's going to say. But one thing for sure we can guarantee is cost of living is going up every year. Look at the price of gas right now. Right now it's I think it was $5 a gallon or something for diesel, and what do our fire trucks use? And that doesn't include staff. If we want salaries, if we want to stay competitive with the other suburban cities, we have to give raises to our people next year. Otherwise, we're going to become a training facility like we were in the past. We hire people who want to become police officers or firefighters or paramedics. They can come and they're willing to work for cheaper wage. And we give them the training. As soon as they get their certification, man, they jump over to another city. Do we want to become a training city again? So we really need to pay attention to all these items that we have to fund for next year, or we can't continue pushing things down the road. Okay, next year. For example, the hood for the fire department. That, if anybody has gone over there and looked at that, it is causing damage to the building. So, that $32,000 they want for the hood, if we keep on putting it off, is it going to cost us $40,000 because the price of the hood is going up, but plus the maintenance repairs on the building? So we have to start looking at ways to fund our future needs. And that's why, I'm very skeptical on this very tight budget. And I know on the next item, you're recommending a 0.48 on sales tax, or on the property tax, but I think we really need to be at the 5.0. Because, if we stay at 4.8, what are we going to do next year? Are we going to raise it to 5.0, and then we're still going to be short? So we gotta look out for the future of our city. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
So I have a question, Crystal or Carol, and then a follow-up after. So regarding our tax pool, as I understand it, and I only know a little bit about tax pool for my brother-in-law, but it's essentially an account that like Carol could go into the office and like transfer out our investments like in a second tonight, and then within an hour or so have them in the bank account sitting, right? Because it's like hyper regulated by the government, probably for a good reason. And so on our statement of net position dated last year, and Mr. Campos brought this up and I thought it was interesting. So on our assets element of this, which also below it has non-current assets, and it's already accounted for all the budgeted items, but we have an amount that's grown heavily over the past couple of years, especially, of 11.576 million. And so Carol could theoretically go into the office and transfer over that 11.5 million in an instant.
So hold on.
Because I'm just curious how we're investing into tax pool, who's making the decisions to transfer back and forth, and why we aren't accounting for that 11.5 million, especially when we're making statements regarding 1 month of pay and 2 months of pay. Because as I read it on multiple different documents, this is unrestricted investments, which is in addition to all of our other cash. And so it's grown from it looks like maybe 6 million 5 years ago to now 11.576.
Show you something really quick because I had her pull up. Let me see if it'll show. It may not show. Hold on.
Oh, you've got something there that you want to show us.
Well, it's just.
The account X,
Mm-mm.
you can zoom right in on it.
It's not cooperating.
So your last quarterly investment report had your capital projects. I'm going in the wrong direction here. Capital projects. I was in the right spot earlier.
Mm-hmm. You're trying to zoom down,
first of
right?
all, I have a question. So is that 11.576 million on our statement of net position dated September 30th of 2022? Is that correct?
On your, I don't.
On the audited financial statement?
On your audited financial statement, yes, but you had art funds in there that have already been dedicated that had.
That's a separate line item.
And so there was stuff on that audited amount. So. And this is just probably easier for me to kind of show you.
Right.
So on your last quarterly investment, you had your capital projects and your art funds that hadn't been illustrated yet. And so this looks, you know what I'm saying? So now it's showing as a debited instead of a
Right.
credit.
So I see the whole entire bottom of that. It's restricted. That's stuff that we've budgeted for.
No. These are restricted, but not that what they're budgeted. This is budgeted. These are also budgeted, but these are restricted because they can only be used for traffic safety and art funds. Your general fund, this is your budgeted dollar amount in your general fund. This is your budgeted dollar amount in your water and sewer
Okay,
fund.
so that's,
So
I don't think that's accurate.
So it says unassigned, and it's a bad word, and we're gonna change that. What unassigned, I guess what Kevin meant, because this is the way Kevin did, if you go back and look at Vicky's quarterly investment, she didn't have unassigned. General fund and water and sewer funds, these are your budgeted dollar amounts. Restricted funds, these funds can only be used, like traffic safety can only be used for traffic safety. General fund and water and sewer and stormwater funds, these are your basically general fund accounts. That's what you use for your budgeted dollar amounts. And so this is what you have, right? You have $15 million sitting in tax pool. This is your budget, your entire budget that you're working out of. That's
Okay,
what you have.
so-
And so as we need them, we transfer funds over.
Right, I understand that. So, and I guess more importantly, I just emailed you a bunch of four questions. If you could get that back to us, because ultimately I understand what we're doing. I understand there's daily transfers of tax pool. I get it. But ultimately, we always have a minimum of how much sitting in the bank account.
In the bank account?
Like in the tax pool account. Have we ever had lower than 9 million?
No. I mean, in the cash account, like our bank account? Or
Our tax pool.
Oh, no, I don't think so, because that's your whole budget.
So if we never have less than 9 million, or this last year less than 11.5 million sitting in the bank account from the audited financials, then that's considered an asset. Like if you have money in your bank account you aren't spending, so I understand money's always coming in, it's always going out, but if you have whatever that minimum amount that you hit during the year is going to be an asset. Like however obviously if you spend it, then it's hopefully turned into another asset. But if I guess just give the questions I asked, because I think we're
answers from the questions that you asked, but I want y'all to understand what's sitting in your tax pool is technically spent funds. You're spending that's your budget.
But to your knowledge, we've never had less than 9 million
No,
the last year or two.
No, we try to keep tax pool, and I'm just trying to think, because when Kevin was here, there's a couple of times that I had to tell him to move money into tax pool, because we don't like to keep more than 2 million sitting in the Frost Bank account. I mean, there's pledge liabilities, there's reasons for that, and so tax pool is the way the city invests taxpayer dollars legally, right? Because we can't go to the open stock market and invest.
Right.
And so it's our way to keep.
It's like a very safe savings account that you can only invest in very limited ways.
And every suburban city.
And so why, if we haven't gone below 9 million as a minimum amount over the past couple of years, why are we, when we say we have 1 month of operating expenses, why are we not including that 9 million that literally Carol can go into the office and pull out?
Because because these funds are all dedicated funds. They're already allocated. That 9 million that's sitting there, you've already said that 9 million is going to purchase your contractual, your professional, so yes, you have 1 million, but all of this money that's sitting in tax pool, you've already assigned. I know it says unassigned and it's a really bad term, but it's already been assigned by you adopting your budget. But yes, if we had the zombie apocalypse, you're absolutely right. I'm not going to go spend 2 million in engineering services. You'd be trying to survive. You'd be spending that on your staff and keeping the city afloat. So I guess you can look at it in those terms.
Well, no, okay, so we have a minimum, just picture this, you have a savings account that's being invested a little bit, but of $9 million, it's never dropped below 9 million in the past couple of years.
Correct.
And it's always there. Sometimes it's at 18 million maybe, right after all the ad valorem comes in. Sometimes, it's down to 9 million right after we just paid engineering fees. And so, however, despite the fact that savings account never drops below 9 million, when we we have balanced budgets, so meaning for the next, like on October 1, all of the money that we've anticipated everything that will come in, and we've anticipated or budgeted everything that's going to go out. So that's balanced. It should be close to zeroed out. And so we have 9 million that we have sitting in the savings account, plus we just budgeted a new budget, which is we anticipate all this money coming in and all this money going out. That 9 million fluctuates day to day. It goes up and down, but it doesn't go below 9 million. And so my question is, why aren't we considering that and it's gone up over the past several years because of,
So
pretty frugal
what you can
budgets.
consider that you have in your savings account is $3.8 million.
So
I know what you're saying. I know that it's an ongoing revenue cycle. You can pitch it that way.
But Carol could go and transfer 9 million into this right now, right?
No. What are you talking about?
Like transfer from.
It's dedicated though.
It's not dedicated.
It's
not dedicated. Mayor, if I may.
Okay, yes,
it
go
doesn't
ahead.
matter. As Crystal just said, if there's a zombie apocalypse, we wouldn't say, "Oh, we budgeted that for a fire truck." We would say, "Too bad, we're not buying a fire truck. We're using this money." So that's what Councilor Stevens is saying. We have $9 million that we could use if we had to.
So if
we could reallocate
say
it.
that, you can.
Mm-hmm.
But sitting in right now, as of 5 minutes ago, because I had her updated, you have 15 million sitting in your tax pool account. Out of that 15 million, 9.4 of that is general fund money. That right now sitting in your cash fund.
Is it called restricted or unrestricted general fund?
It's unassigned general fund.
Okay, so it hasn't been assigned to a budget.
It has. That's a bad term. It should not be on here. If you go take a look at Vicky's old sheets, the reason that Kevin labeled it unassigned is because you don't have to use it for a particular item. It's a bad word to put there. We're going to change it on the next one because I see where you're jumping to that conclusion. It is, that 9.4 million is the rest of your budget for the remainder year. That's why you only have sitting in your frost account 74,000. Do you think 74,000 is going to cover you between now and the end of the fiscal year?
Right, well, the quarterly report showed a negative 700,000,
Right.
so.
But because at that point we hadn't transferred the funds over yet.
Right.
And so when we get the property, we transferred the funds over, and so now we're sitting with the cash sitting in frost at $74,900.45. So out of between now and the end of the fiscal year, it's the end of the year purchases, last minute invoices, so some of that money is going to move over. Yes, it's a recycling, you get your property tax in to support, but then those funds become dedicated based on the estimations of what you have budgeted.
On October 1, we start a new budget, right?
Correct, but it doesn't mean that that this money is dedicated for your general fund for what you just voted or what you're about to vote on.
Yeah, we haven't voted
So
on
when
it yet.
when the clock strikes midnight on September 30th, going into October 1, and we have 12 million sitting in our tax pool fund or more, and we know January, February, March, we're going to get another, I don't know how much ad valorem we get, 8 million in ad valorem. I'm throwing numbers out, but all of the numbers that we're anticipating that are going to help us, because that's the balanced budget, we're still going to have that 9 or 11 or 12 million sitting in tax pool.
You keep getting your money recycles in and out. I mean, it's debits and credits, right? So as you spend it, we're moving money out of tax pool.
Right. So, but when you do this calculation right here, we're not accounting for the 9 million. It's always sitting in tax pool. Or the 11, or now it's 12 million, it probably will be this year.
I zero out tax pool and I take that 9 million out and just put it somewhere. How am I going to pay the bills in your general fund?
Well, we're a municipality, we get money every month from all different revenue sources.
Right. Again, to pay for the items that you have already, but we make an estimation.
It's the same with a person. So if you have $9 million in your savings account, and then you're making a paycheck every week, and then you're paying off your paycheck every week, that doesn't mean you're anticipating. It's a lost cause.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, we need to go ahead and definitely get agenda item number 7.6 and 7.7.
Here, I could.
Yes.
Thank you. I could rebut all the things that Council Martinez continues to bring up again and again that are incorrect. But I'm tired and want to save time because we've gone over this and over this. So I just want to move on to the next agenda item.
Okay.
We had to make a motion. I make a motion that we pass.
Okay, wait a minute. You've got to read it word for word.
Okay.
Budget
7.6.
adoption.
I move to adopt the ordinance approving the budgets and associated capital acquisition plans for the city of Leon Valley, Texas for the fiscal year 2024.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion to adopt the ordinance approving the budgets and associated capital acquisition plans for the city of Leon Valley, Texas for fiscal year 2024. Ms. Pasale? Oh, any further? Well, now, I had a question here because we had a public hearing and nobody showed up.
You said the public hearing next meeting, but you went to Benny Martinez the moment.
No, you were sitting.
No, you were sitting out there talking to Cassie.
And you
so
didn't come up for the public hearing. You can take it's the privilege of the mayor.
Okay. I'm sorry.
We called the public hearing.
I did call the public hearing, and so that's why I wasn't expecting any other comments at this time. Mr. Bowl, I'll give you 1 minute because we're really, really running late. So 1 minute to make your point.
All right. So as it turns out, you cut out the dog park. That was promised. You cut out the pay raises, which Benny Martinez had championed this past fiscal year for the couple months, and that was going to be going into this year. That was cut out. You cut out various things that Councilman Martinez had pointed out, and when it was brought up that there was a list of cities that do their pay rates at a certain thing, y'all forget to take into account that they set those at their operating costs. So they're able to pay for everything they need and service their cities based on their rates. And if we're comparing our rates to being the lowest of any city around, that is a very bad way of doing business. We've already seen how Councilman Stevens has just displayed a very bad mindset when it comes to the always revolving $9 million. You need to have that money always in there just in case you need to pay for something when your proposed revenues don't come in the way they are supposed to be. That was what was being explained. You have money to pay for what's coming up, and the fact that y'all are doing this is pretty bad. Is why I'm working with the state representatives to bring in millions of dollars. That's why I fought at the traffic safety fund to stay in here.
I think, Mr. Bowl, that's been a minute, so thank you. I appreciate I think we're hearing from you loud and clear. So we do need a roll call vote. We have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Orozco, and we've just read it. And Ms. Postley, if you'll take the recorded vote, please.
Councilor Martinez?
Aye.
Councilor Stevens?
Aye.
Councilor Campos?
Aye.
Councilor Orozco? Aye. And Councilor Bradshaw?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Then we move to agenda item 7.7, discussion and possible action on a resolution ratifying the fiscal year 24 budget that will raise less revenue from property taxes than last year's budget by $5,533 or 0.0010246% decrease from last year's budget. The property tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year is $10,026.27. Dr. Caldera, did you want to add anything to that? Okay. So
Should you have to vote on it?
we have to vote on it again, just like we did 7.7. So may I have a motion? Yes, Mr. Or if you have a discussion, go ahead. But yeah, go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
This is where I believe we really need to change this to the 0.500397 that was in our packet in the presentation on August 15th. You know, here it is in black and white. And that's what staff recommended a month ago. And we really need to look for the future. We're going to have $200,000 in our budget, we'll be in the black, $200,000. During the year, we're going to have budget adjustments. Where are we going to fund it from? You know, at least we're going up this to 0.50. That will add another $200,000 to our budget. So now we're going to have, we'll have $400,000 so we can fund projects for next year. So it's, you know, it's my recommendation, and I know we're going to have a special council meeting to, you know, we have to have 2 hearings on this to get this done before the end of the month. But, you know, I'd like to make a motion we have our tax rate at 0.500397 as staff recommended on August 15th.
Can I comment?
Yeah, because, see, Mr. Martinez, you weren't here, so it's a little hard.
So staff recommended the 0.50 if we kept the 400,000 out of the water sewer funds to fund the salaries for this fiscal year. That's why the recommendation came at the 0.50. But the council so chose to move the salaries, the 453,000 back into the water fund. So that's why we were okay with reducing the property tax rate back to 0.48. So I want to make sure that the facts are straight in that regard, because yes, we did recommend it if that's what you also choose to do.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry you missed that discussion, but it was, you know, that's what the consensus of the council was, to stay at the 0.48. So this whole budget has been built around the 0.48, and to change it at this time, I don't know. I think it would be pretty difficult. But
we can't continue at that rate. You know, we're going bankrupt. Slowly, we're going bankrupt. We're getting further and further in the hole.
Okay. All right. Yes. Mr. Campos, go ahead.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that I move to adopt the resolution ratifying the fiscal year 2024 budget that will raise less revenue from property taxes than last year's budget by the amount of $5,553, which is a 0.0010246% decrease from last year's budget. The property tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year is $10,026.27.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Counselor Campos and a second by Counselor Orozco to adopt the resolution ratifying the budget as stated by Mr. Campos. This is a recorded vote. Yes. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Stevens, I'm sorry.
So I just wanted to comment on
Yes.
Councilman Martinez's, we're
Go
going to be
ahead.
in the hole forever and kind of these outrageous comments. Anybody that's has a residential home in Leon Valley that is not frozen knows that we were likely to pay 10% more next year and the year after and the year after, year over year,
Appraisals and
for at
appraisals,
least the
right.
next 2 or 3 years,
And appraisals.
regardless of what happens, because we've maxed out our homestead exemption. And so the fear mongering of like, oh, we're going to run out of money or whatever. I know I'm going to be paying a lot more in taxes next year to Leon Valley and probably for the foreseeable future. And so will anybody that's, and frankly, the businesses as well. They'll be paying more taxes for quite a while as well, just because of the property values in this area of Texas. So I think the fear mongering is a little bit outrageous and, kind of unnecessary to bait that, especially when we have, which we'll get into the tax pool, but we have a lot of money sitting in our tax pool account as a rolling average. So.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Pasley, if you'll please call the roll.
Counselor Martinez?
No.
Counselor Stevens?
Aye.
Counselor Campos?
Aye.
Counselor Orozco?
Aye.
And Counselor Bradshaw?
Aye.
Okay, the motion does pass, 4 ayes and 1 nay. All right, then it is becoming the bewitching hour, so can we get some consensus on where we'd like to, what we need to get done? We need to, the first reading on 8.
I think you need to push through the rest of your agenda because you're not going to have an October 5th meeting. So you're just going to
There's only
compile on.
3 more, right?
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted,
That's just my recommendation. but
I
you don't-
understand, but I need to
4 more.
get the consensus from the council, as you know, since they're in charge. So is that the consensus of the council, just to push through the rest of the agenda? All right, fantastic, great. I'm here for it, too. All right, so Agenda 7.8, presentation and discussion on an ordinance authorizing the 2023 property tax rate. This is the first reading, so we will not have a vote, and we can decide where to put it at the next agenda. So, Dr. Caldera, if you'll continue.
Yep. So our recommendation is for y'all to adopt the property tax rate of 0.48, which is the same tax rate as last year. This was the proposed tax rate. I'm not going to go through all this. The next thing is you have to hold your public hearing at your next council meeting, which would be September 19th. And so that has been noticed in the paper already.
Okay.
Again, there's no vote this evening. We'll be taking it up at the next council meeting.
All right. Any questions for Dr. Caldera or any other comments from anyone in the chambers?
Can we move this to the consent agenda?
No, because it has to have a public
Have to
hearing.
have a public hearing on the,
It has
so
to have
we'll.
a public hearing
So it'll have a
on-
public hearing on the 9th.
So it'll have to be on there.
Okay, so yeah, okay. So let's move on then to Agenda Item 7.9, presentation and discussion on an ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 4, Business Regulations, Article 4.03, Alcoholic Beverages, removing Section 4.03.033, Sales near churches, public schools, or private schools, amending Section 4.03.035, Late Hours, permit subsection D, subsection 3, allowing a 2-year permit, amending section 4.03.037, beverage fee due date, and appendix A, fee schedule, A2-.000, administration fee. This is a first read as required by the city charter. And Ms. Pasley, is this like a cleanup item or what? I know we looked at it within the last year, right?
Ma'am, this is a follow-up from the big amendment that we did.
Okay.
3 different departments are kind of like putting reviews on
Okay,
it still.
great.
And we've also, some of the staff have also met with TABC and gone over some of the
Okay.
policies that they have. I
All
will
right.
say I did see
So again, this is our first read, so we
yeah.
won't have a vote, but.
Correct.
Yeah,
And
we
I'm
have
going
a
to make this
discussion.
as brief as possible.
Okay.
So again,
Thank you. Go
this
ahead.
is not biannual renewal. I apologize for that. TABC has
It's
people
not.
renew every 2 years. We're
Okay.
doing once a year. So we're trying to help the businesses and get them on one page. It gets a little messy for them. So that is one of the main changes. And then the $25 certification fee, that's because it is very time consuming and we have to check in with all the zoning regulations and all that before we can approve it. The other change would be to remove the regulations for how close alcohol sales can be to churches and schools. And that's because of a few reasons, but both of them make it, make the alcohol sales business non-conforming. And when I say that, I mean like schools are moving in like you had down here. Was it Albertsons or HEB that the School of Science and Technology?
Oh, the science, yeah, it used to be Albertsons, and then it was
Yeah.
School and
So-
Technology right across from HEB.
Right, so then there might
Yeah.
be sales of alcohol in that same little strip center, and then a school moves in, then that kind of bumps the other one into nonconformance. So that's why Melinda had suggested that we add this amendment as well.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Ms. Bustley? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Okay, when I read the article or the revision, and then I looked at the existing ordinance, 4.03.033 in the revision is hours and sale of consumption. In the existing ordinance, that is sale near churches, public schools, and private schools. So are we using the same number, 4.03.03, and just renaming it? Or should that be 034 or something, some other number?
Well, 034 is already in there under late hours permits.
Okay, but 33 is, we're going to, right now is on sales near churches, and in the revised, it's going to be hours of sale and consumption.
The numbering would be straightened out when we do the codification. The numbering is not changing, except if we remove a section, which we're not doing on the entire section. We're just amending. So 3.3 right now is hours of sales. Are you saying the ordinance?
The
draft
current
is
ordinance,
incorrect?
033, is sales near churches, and that we're deleting that.
Right. Right.
Okay, and then we're gonna have a new 033 of hours and sale and consumption.
Right. The number, yes, that is correct. What you see in the current code will be revised. This is the revised ordinance.
Okay, I'm just, there was a conflict in the same item number. I just want to
Right.
make sure.
Numbering does get changed during codification if we remove a section.
Okay.
All right. Anything else? And is a first read, no vote. Is it the consensus to put it in the consent agenda for next meeting?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll do that. Okay, moving then to Agenda 7.10, presentation and discussion on authorizing an ordinance amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, Article 1.04, City Council, Section 1.04.001, Rules of Meeting Decorum and Conduct, adding executive session meeting of 6 p.m. and prohibiting outside presentations. Again, this is our first read, and this is as a result of our discussion at the retreat. Dr. Caldera, if you'll continue, please. Thank you.
So that's essentially what you're doing to your rules of decorum. There wasn't a provision in there to allow for executive sessions to start at 6 p.m. We kind of just did it. So we're just kind of formalizing that. And then we're not going to allow outside presentations without the permission of either myself or the governing body to allow a vendor or somebody to provide a presentation. And so unless there's a request from staff or the council for some reason, like an engineer or some sort of vendor, that we will no longer be allowing somebody just to bring in a PowerPoint or email a PowerPoint and provide it. So those will be the two changes. We also did kind of like a housekeeping change. Sometimes some of y'all get citizens to be heard email directly to y'all. It is in the ordinance and it's redlined in your ordinance. Y'all will be allowed to forward that ordinance to citizens to be heard if you get them individually. So I know the mayor, it happens to her all the time where somebody sends the citizens to be heard and then she has to email them back to email the citizens to be heard.
right.
So it'll just allow her to forward it to that email address and kind of take out the middleman a little bit. So those are the kind of items that will be changed in this ordinance change.
Thank you. Any questions, comments on these changes? Okay, very good. All right, so the consent agenda for next time. All right, thank you. We've already taken 7.11. 7.12, presentation and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance authorizing a fiscal year 2022-23 general fund budget adjustment in the amount of $25,000 for the purpose of increasing the finance department budget. Again, this is our first read, and we have Carol Goring, our finance director, here to present.
Good evening, Mayor and
Good evening.
Council.
Yes.
This is a first read, so there's no need of voting.
No vote.
So this is the year-end budget adjustment for the finance department. We are making reclassifications and accounting for a shortfall in payroll. So we're seeking for council approval for $25,000.
This is to cover with Kevin leaving, we had to bring in Vicky, so you essentially had to pay a consultant we did not budget for this fiscal year, so this is the offset cost to be able to do that.
Okay, and this would come from our reserve fund?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Any questions, comments on this? If not, consensus to move it to the consent agenda for the next meeting.
Thank you.
All right, excellent, thank you. All right, agenda item number 8, citizens to be heard. Anyone like to comment? Yes, Mr. Bowl. Good evening and welcome back.
Thank you. So I just want to first start out with saying that in conjunction with making sure that we, in this next year's budget, had the Traffic Safety Fund, ensuring that the Texas legislature didn't take up that red light camera contract void bill, which I'm glad to say was a success on my end. I've been in conjunction working with the same representatives and senators, as well as 6 of our local surrounding city managers and councils, to work on an appropriations bill to bring in perhaps upwards of $30 million into each small city for Leon Valley for infrastructure projects. It's not just for Leon Valley, it's for all of the state of
From what?
Texas.
Oh, okay, never mind, I can't ask you a question. Go ahead.
No problem.
She's like, what? $30 million?
Yes,
Okay.
no, it's actually $2.34 billion out of the state's reserve fund, and it's to be divided up about $65 million between each of the congressional districts, which allows for a greater equity of the local, smaller cities with populations under 25,000. It is for infrastructure only. That's what we've been working on. It lends to the fact that with contacts, with the desire and will to seek outside these walls, the partnerships with our state counterparts, our county counterparts, we can get something done to bring in and help solve parts of the problem that we have put ourselves in over the years. It is, as I was mentioning earlier, we cannot continue to compare our tax rate to that of the other cities simply to say we have the lowest tax rate. Congratulations. You not only have the lowest tax rate, but you have now not able to be able to fund city services appropriately and as promised that you all have been promising over the past 3 years. And it's very disheartening to hear when I'm sitting down and listening to Crystal go through the budget and say, you know, we've got this budgeted for this expense. We're looking good at this. When I know that in each of the departments, they are hurting, they are crying, they are angry, they're infuriated, and I'm sure I know they share those feelings with her. And then she comes up here and does sugarcoat it, and some of us citizens do know the reality behind it, and we're feeling it. And so I've taken upon myself, but you know, differences of positions have greater influence. And as of now, I'm working to ensure that we have that money for our city, if y'all will not. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All righty. Anyone else like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. Okay, seeing no one else, then we move to agenda item 9, and that's the request of members for future agenda items. Yes, Mr. Campos?
Mayor, I'd like to recommend a further discussion of the tax pool investment accounts, how they're used and how they're illustrated on the statement of net position. And maybe we can clear up some of the confusion that we all have, because I have the confusion. So if we could have a presentation on that. I'd also like to recommend that as we move forward, if we could restructure all the presentations or materials that, I never met Kevin, but I'm tired of hearing about him. And all these, it was Kevin, he's been gone for a while. So we need to rename everything the way it should be, represent things that, okay, this is the way it was, this is the way it should be. That way we're not looking at information that was maybe incorrect or misclassified.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
let's start and stop saying it's Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, believe me, I'm more tired of saying that myself. The problem is when somebody comes in and changes absolutely every single document you have, sometimes you don't catch it until it's brought up. And so right now, when you brought that up, I'm like, I hadn't seen that word. I'm looking at dollars. I'm not looking at every single little word. I'm looking at, this is how much we have sitting here. I'm not paying it. I mean, it sounds bad, but I'm looking at total dollars, what we have, does it match what we have in the bank? That's what I'm looking at. And so, yes, you're hearing the Kevin term on unassigned or assigned term. He's not wrong in that term, but it is assigned to the budget. It's just not assigned that you have to use it as like a restricted fund. That's what he meant by the term. Is it the word I wouldn't use? No, not really, because it does confuse things. Those monies are assigned to the general fund. And so it's just a terminology use. Did Vicki use that term? No, she didn't. If you go back and take a look at her old quarterly report, she didn't use that term. And so it's just a matter of renaming it. I would love to be able to touch 1 million something documents Kevin touched and put everything back to the way it was. Unfortunately, I don't always know everything he touched until it comes up. And so we've made a lot of changes, and we have reverted back to the way the way we've done things. Unfortunately, Vicki is only here part-time. I brought in a completely new finance director. Your assistant finance director is new to that area. So you're in the process of training 2 new people, and Vicki being here for at the most maybe 5 to 10 hours a week. I mean, she's not here. So it has been complicated, to say the least, to get through your audit. That's why you got your audit late, to get you your new budget. I don't have an extra $80,000 to bring in Vicki full-time and continue to pay your finance director. So we had to kind of manage that amount too. So again, we're done with this. This is our new budget for the new year. You shouldn't hear that term anymore. We're kind of moving forward. Everything's pretty much cleaned up for the most part.
Okay.
So hopefully.
Well, I'm wondering if we have a second to Mr. Campos's. Yes, I need a second.
Yeah.
Okay. So just so we have 2 council members, and Dr. Caldera will talk about when we can have that ready to go on the.
Yeah, I have to get with Vicki because
Yes,
she'll be the one to
exactly.
do that presentation. So I have to see
Okay.
her availability.
Very good. So thank you. I just wanted to be sure we had 2 people. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you,
Orozco.
Mayor. I know Dr. Cordero is working on some of the new laws that came into effect in September in the state, and I know you've been busy. I don't know if you can do it on the next meeting or the one in October.
What planned for your next agenda is your multi-complex, adding security as a requirement. So that I'm doing that item. Your legislative item isn't geared to come to your meeting until October. I kind of planned out everything that I have to touch. I've kind of planned out. So the big one is your because that's what y'all said you wanted that to come first. So I moved that one up and put that on for your September 15th meeting. So y'all will be having that conversation on September.
And also the law that passed in the curfew, do we need to change our ordinances?
Yes, so that's coming. We have them all geared up already. That one's coming at your second meeting in October as well.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
All right. And then the Death Star was voted.
It was defined as unconstitutional,
Yeah,
but it doesn't
unconstitutional.
really impact us right now. What was defined in that law was dog breeding as well as
Animal
non-charter
control.
financial institutions was in that area. And
Will be
so
all right.
it doesn't.
Okay, doesn't affect us.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, very good. Yes. Okay, thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Again, a lot of these items are going to be I'm sure will be touched at TML in October. So, we can get a good briefing from TML and know what the
Y'all
legislative.
had one legislative update for those of y'all that went to Hog Wild.
Yeah, we did.
Y'all did get a good update at that meeting. I gave y'all a list of the updates. So I know y'all want to see them in some kind of form or capacity, but I kind of gave them to y'all in an email already. So it's not at the top of my priority list. Each department is working to making their changes that they need to make in order to be compliant. We do have a lot of September 1 regulations, but it's more on the police side. They're not really written policies or changes to the ordinance. It's changes to procedure and practice in the police department.
Okay.
Do we have enough money in our budget to pay city council, paying city council some money?
That's a home rule charter issue. Yeah. So, yeah, that's going to have to be for 2024.
Mayor, do you
Yes,
mind
sir.
if I just make a quick comment? Crystal, I want to tell you, we've gone through the budget, very deep discussion. I really appreciate everything that you've done. I want to recognize what your thought process, very creative in the CIP expenditure. So I want to thank you and your staff for the incredible work you did on the budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All righty. So we'll end at that on a positive note. 10:18, move to adjourn without objection. We stand adjourned. Thank you.
No, Ray, don't get paid. You get to sit by me, though. That's yours. Not bad. We put through those last 5 or 6 items. Good job.
Is there candy in that basket?
I'm gonna go check right now. Yes, Ray takes all the good stuff.
Here, this is where we're sitting right now, it's 5 minutes ago. So don't look at this, but I had to go in there and open it This is not this. This is not unrestricted, that's not this. This unrestricted is what I told you you have remaining, and 2.8 million.
Even though I shouldn't.
I'm gonna go to Arlington tomorrow.
Oh, yeah? For what?
Just go drop off a car.
Wow.
11 million of unrestricted is.
I'm gonna move to Thursday. All right, take care.
You too.
And I'll be at TML, so I may see you
It may be a good story.
So you
Drive
know,
safe.
I acknowledge that text pool is partially what we're not using. But my argument is regarding the amount that's always sitting in there. So obviously there's always going to be a portion that we're rotating.
Correct, and that's gonna be it. I mean, that's what you're, but when you tell y'all that in her work, this amount is really dedicated to these funds. Like this is your general fund, this right here is your general fund. But yes, you're right, you are always rotating this amount, so money is always sitting. But depending on how you wanna tell that story, you're absolutely right, you will always have money in textbooks. And some years it's greater than others, and that money will always grow because this money will always grow because your ad valorem will always grow. Your amount of revenue will always grow. So your unrestricted funds will always grow. But the definitions are, the way they explain the CAFR and what this is, two different things. And right, when Kevin got here, he liked to use unassigned funds. To him, unassigned meant they weren't dedicated, these are dedicated funds by law. These are not dedicated, use them for whatever. That's why he called them unassigned. Now, again, it's not wrong, he's not doing anything illegal, but he made those changes. If you go back and pull this, you see he did it a little bit differently, and she would break it down a little bit differently. But it's not wrong.
Here we're talking about being right here in December 30th, 2020, we have this amount of cash in the general fund. We have investments unrestricted of $11.5. So what we're trying to get, the way it appears when we're doing this is that we only have $3 million in cash.
But you don't, you have
what we keep in as cash is Alzheimer's and dementia around $2 million, right? So technically, yes, if you pull this 15.9
Which is, that's not, because if it's, well, I don't know exactly the amount, but if it's 15 million and like only 5 or 6 million of it is budgeted, and it's tied up into the budgeted amount.
Well,
But
this 15.9 million here, dollar amounts, are tied into the restricted. They're restricted. For these funds. This is technically assigned to your general fund. We're estimating that we're gonna use this amount to pay for your general fund.
that doesn't make sense though, because on September 30th,
Right.
we're starting a new budget the next day. And
Correct.
so it's the zeroed out budget.
Right,
So we're anticipating we're gonna get 15 million